not imagining that. I've asked, and you've said no. So you won't do it for me, but you'll do it for her. I didn't say I'd do it for her, Marcus said. Quill sighed, his gaze sliding to Saskia. It's going to be a brutal day for you, sweetheart. You'll have Marcus to thank for that. It felt like he had something to prove, and that scared her. She didn't know how bad he might get under those conditions. Quill grabbed her wrist and pushed her against the column. He was about to lock the first shackle when Marcus's voice stopped him. You know she didn't do anything wrong. All she has done since she got here is try to please both of us. She doesn't deserve this. I know. Life isn't fair. It's all very sad. Quill finished locking Saskia into the chains and went for a whip. She jumped when he snapped it in the air for effect. Master, please. She'd always had a healthy fear of him, but things had escalated far beyond either healthy or fear. A quiet place inside her head kept whispering he might lose control. She might not get out of these chains. The next box she might occupy might be made of pine rather than black metal bars. Please, she whimpered. Saskia couldn't stop the tears or the trembling. He'd whipped her before, but before he'd seemed in control of himself. At LT or wrong, he'd had an endgame in mind that probably didn't include her death. Now he didn't seem to be thinking beyond the next 15 seconds or about any consequences which might unfold past that. A lot of permanent damage could occur in just a few seconds with a very strong person wielding a whip and little reason. Goddamn it. Marcus said. Unchain her. Quill smiled. So you'll take her punishment. It's intended for you, just want me to ask for it. Good boy, he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. You still can be taught. Marcus angrily stripped off his clothes while Quill unchained her and put her back in the cage. You will watch, Saskia. You should see firsthand just how kind and patient I've been with you, Quill said. She scooted back against the far end of the cage and wrapped herself in the sheets. Marcus seemed resigned to his fate. He wasn't afraid, just pissed off. He didn't make a sound as the whip came down. Occasionally he flinched, but he wouldn't give Quill the satisfaction of breaking. Not like Saskia had. Quill could turn her into a bundle of trembling nerves and tears with only a few lashes, or even the threat of him. Like today. Marcus's back muscles clenched. It appeared as if the black dragon would leap off his skin to seek vengeance against Quill. But the large ink reptile kept its fire safely in check. That awful whip crack echoed off the walls in the gallery without another sound in the world to dampen its thunder. And still, Marcus didn't beg or scream. The only sign he was being hurt at all were a few silent tears that trailed down his cheek and the bright red anger Quill painted across his back. Saskia counted 20 excruciating lashes. It was obvious Quill held back far less with Marcus than he had with her. He laid the whip down and ran his hands down Marcus's sides, groped his ass, then pressed a possessive kiss against his throat as if were branding him. Tell how much you miss this, Quill growled against his ear. Marcus shook his head. I'm just doing my job. Protecting her. How noble. You protect her because I told you to. You need to submit to me like you've always needed it. Even if it's under the guise of doing your job. Quill's hand wrapped around the front of Marcus's body, and Saskia watched the pump motion. Even though she couldn't see the erection, it was obvious Marcus was already hard. You do miss it. For Marcus jerked and let out a groan, the only sound Quill had managed to extract from him the whole time he'd hung in the chains. We should get Saskia to lick that up, don't you think? Quill said. Marcus just glared. Quill unlocked the chains and let the other man fall, then he returned to Saskia's cage and opened it. He takes care of you. Go take care of him. I'll see you at breakfast. Master, what should I wear? He was so particular about everything that she didn't want to risk riling him up even more at the moment. Quill's gaze panned over her. I like what you're wearing now. Nothing. She swallowed around the hard lump in her throat. Yes, master. Saskia watched his retreat. She didn't dare leave the cage until he was safely outside the building. Marcus stretched out across the marble, his cheek pressed to the floor as he watched her approach. His breath was still a pant but slowly returning to normal. Do you want me to prepare a bath for you? Saskia asked. He nodded, giving no intention he ever planned to move from that spot. I can't carry you. Can you make it there on your own? I'm fine, Saskia. It's all surface shit. That bastard hasn't owned me for a long time. This surface shit looked pretty bad to her. Quill had broken skin. Marcus would need to be bandaged up. Are you sure you want to soak like this? Put the salts in. It'll help heal. She started to cry. It's not that bad, he said. I'm not distraught. There's no reason you should be. You're just playing into his bullshit. Saskia wiped the tears off her face. I've played into his bullshit from the moment I knew who he was. He knew I wouldn't be able to resist him if I knew he was Quill. This is all a chess game with him. He's always playing 6 or 7 moves ahead. He's patient. God only knows how long he's been jerking off thinking about doing what you just witnessed. You can't let him inside your head. It at LT have been nice to have these warnings much earlier, like the day she'd brought the reproduction to the house and first met Marcus. It was far too late for disclaimers. Quill was already deep inside her. And he hadn't even elked her yet. 12 Marcus let out a pained hiss as he lowered himself into the oversized tub. Is the water too hot? He shook his head. It's fine, love. He extended a hand. You can come join if you want. There's plenty of room. You don't want to keep him waiting. You clean up while I soak. She did want to keep him waiting. She was beginning to grow strangely attached to and protective of Marcus, which made it feel like a betrayal to be near Quill. She wasn't sure if she could sit at a table with him and eat breakfast and pretend nothing had happened. Marcus watched as she got into the tub. You belong to him. If I ever come between that, it won't be good. For either of us. I can only protect you so far. You have to do the other part by remembering who you prioritize. Quill was the last person she wanted to prioritize. Of course, that would only remain true until he sucked her into his web again, or painted her or painted with her. He made her weak in so many ways. So much about Marcus made sense now, so much about his reaction to her from day one. She couldn't believe she hadn't picked up the undercurrents between the two men. Now that Marcus had acclimated to the heat and the sting, he'd closed his eyes, his head resting against the tile. His arms were stretched over the edge of tub as the steam rose off him. He didn't look like a man who'd just been beaten in her place. Even if physically it might take a bit longer, emotionally he seemed to mend at a speed bordering on supernatural. It may have been a while, but this didn't seem to be an unusual event between them. Quill had just needed an in. Sir. Can I ask you a question? You just did. After a long beat of silence, he said, go ahead. How long did you know what he was planning to do with? He let out a long, resigned sigh as if he'd been waiting for this question. I didn't know exactly, but I suspected he was planning something early on. I didn't know what, but I knew he was far too obsessed with you. He cracked a grin. I can't believe you conned him out of all that money. He was mad about it for the first few hours after you left that night, but then I guess his evil plan started forming, which pacified him for a while. Were you watching in Venice? That was my assignment, yes. Why didn't you warn? He shrugged. What attachment did I have to you? It felt like a lie, or part of a lie. Had Quill promised him a piece of her that early in the game to gain his enthusiastic surveillance? Marcus had selected that white nightgown so quickly. Had he seen her in it already in the villa? She didn't verbalize any of these questions or thoughts. She didn't want to know. She still wanted to see him as her protector. She took the bar of soap and a loofah from the tile and began to bathe. If she dragged Dyings on too long, Quill wouldn't be happy. And Marcus was right. That wouldn't end well. "Why did you let him beat you?" she asked. Another sigh. This time he opened his eyes and sat up to level a warning look. "This is a lot more than one question. I'm sorry. If I hadn't, it would have been you. It would have been bad for you, and you didn't deserve it." "So? What attachment do you have to his?" Hand dipped under the water to squeeze her thigh. "Let's just say you're growing on me, and I've developed an interest in your welfare." She tensed, but then relaxed again as he kneaded the muscles in her leg. "Is Lachlan even his real nank?" Marcus shook his head. "No, but if I told you his real name, what you just witnessed would be mild compared to what he'd do to me. And remember, the great and power allowance sees and hears all." He pointed to the camera staring down at them over the tub. She wasn't sure how, but she'd nearly forgotten the cameras. There was no such thing as a private moment on Quill's property. "Turn around and let me get your back," Marcus said. Saskia turned and leaned against the edge of the tub as Enlarcus's hands moved slowly over her. Her muscles bunched into tight knots as he touched her. She couldn't relax with him again, not after the price he just finished paying for it. "He's watching this," she whispered. "Probably," Marcus said. "He likes to watch. But aren't you worried?" It was a misunderstanding on the meaning of the word fuck, Saskia. "Relax. He's not going to punish me for this. He wants us to bond. He just wants me to remember which one of us is at the top of his food chain. As if I'd ever forget. Punish." Marcus might not think Quill owned him anymore, but if thought in those terms, the same terms she thought in, he was already Quill's again. Their master kept them both in a cage with only each other for comfort. And she wasn't convinced he wouldn't make up routes on the fly just so he could take his sadism out on her protector. Marcus seemed much more confident of Quill's inherent sense of fair play than Saskia was. Marcus rinsed her back. "Okay, you're done." Saskia got out and grabbed a towel from a shelf. "Why didn't you just fight him? You could probably take him." The look Marcus gave her told her everything. He was half in love with Quill, too. And like her, he knew how utterly foolish such feelings were. Once he recovered, he would have taken it out on you worse. It was the easiest way to appease him. "I'm not that breakable." No. He wasn't. And underneath the fear for him and the distress, she'd been excited by Marcus's display of strength, as if he could take the whole world on and resurface whole when the debris cleared. Marcus let the water drain and got out of the tub. Saskia passed him her towel. He wrapped it around his waist and sat on the bench. A brief, cozy domesticity. "There's a first aid kit in the lower cabinet," he said. Saskia retrieved the large box of ointment and antiseptic and bandages. Quill's estate was practically its own pharmacy. She opened the container and laid everything on the bench. Marcus pointed. "The peroxide, then this ointment, and these bandages. They breathe better." Spoken like a man who'd been here before. He turned away, and Saskia went to work on his back. Marcus was so cavalier about all of it that it was easy to brush off how harsh Quill had been, even now, looking directly at the damage. If it had been her, there would have been screaming and endless tears and begging. It would have been impossible to dismiss the weight of it. Marcus's stoicism made it easy to forget just how raw and broken the skin on his back was, except for the dragon which remained untouched. As out of control as Quill had acted, he'd had the presence of mind to avoid the tattoo. Saskia's fingers trailed over the ink. A few years ago he wanted to collar me, Marcus said. I said fuck no. He felt compelled to mark me in some way. We agreed on the ink. But that's permanent. You can take a collar off. Not while with Hairu I couldn't. And we see how far I've managed to wander beyond his reach. A collar is too on display for me. Not my thing. This was a compromise I could live with. It explained why the tattoo had escaped the bite-off whip. Why a dragon? It's a subtle reference to a part of his real name. I can probably say that much, at least, without his ire. It's like a property of stamp, if we want to be crass about it. So much more permanent than a collar. I thought you said he didn't own you anymore. Marcus sighed. In ways he does. In ways he doesn't. Our relationship is complicated, but it's not something you should worry about. He winced as she dabbed the peroxide on his back. I'm sorry. He squeezed her free hand. Do what you have to do. When she'd gotten him bandaged, he returned to the gallery to dress. Sasha followed. Her things were all in a pile of boxes she still hadn't had time to sort through. It wasn't as if the gallery had drawers or closets to stash her stuff. The haphazard way everything was stacked in the gallery made everything feel very temporary. But the heated possessive looks Quill, and sometimes now even Marcus, sent her way, made it feel as if her confinement inside Quill's gallery would stretch the full length of her remaining existence. Marcus tossed her a robe from one of the boxes. She grabbed the garment out of air when it reached her and stared at it for a full minute as if it might attack. Just wear it to the house. You gotta figure out the loopholes if you're going to make it with Hearn, love. Are things going to be weird now? He pulled his t-shirt back over his head, careful not to disturb the bandages she'd taped in place. Weird how? Is there going to be jealousy? Marcus grinned. Not from. I have a feeling you and I are not interchangeable cogs in his machine. But if you get weird as you call it, there will be punishment from. I might not want to hurt you, but you're not going to run over me, either. So don't get any ideas. He said you couldn't. He said I couldn't break skin. I can spank you, cane you, and whip you so long as I don't break that rule. And there are many ways to punish a person that don't leave any marks, which I'm more than happy to explore with you if necessary. An electric jolt ran down her spine. Yes, sir. Getting into a pissing match with him over Quill was the last thing on her mind anyway. We better get back to the house. Inside the large hall of the main house, Marcus pulled her into an embrace. His lips pressed against the shell of her ear. Be good. I'll see you tonight. He drifted off down the hallway toward the room she'd found him sleeping in the day before. Saskia took a deep breath and dropped the robe before going to meet Quill for breakfast. He was reading the financial papers again, his breakfast dish already picked clean. The coffee cup moved absently to his lips every few minutes as he scanned the news. He glanced up. Here. She'd been about to sit, but she abandoned the chair and edged toward him. I'm not going to bite you. His assurance brought little comfort. But when she reached him, he pulled her onto his lap and just held her for several minutes, his fingers trailing through her hair. It's important you know that Marcus can be punished as well, and that I watch those video feeds. Lacey, in with an ice pop in hand, gave it to Quill, then left without comment. Saskia hadn't detected sexual undercurrents between Quill and Lacey, even when she tried looking for them, and she'd tried. But the subtext had always been there with Marcus. It just hadn't occurred to her that Quill liked to play on both sides, so she hadn't noticed. Admittedly, it was only stereotypes that had prevented her from seeing it. Both of them were so traditionally masculine that it hadn't occurred to her they might have had a sexual past together. She knew there was no universal law that said one or both of them must be stereotypically feminine. That was just her fucked up lens of things, her own issue to work through. Whatever was between her master and her guard was something raw and animal and so innately male that it would have been impossible to look away, even if Quill hadn't ordered her to watch it unfold. It wasn't hard to see Marcus's appeal to her master. Someone who could hang in chains and take lash after lash without so much as a peep. No whining or begging or screaming or crying. Sure, Quill might like such desperate displays well enough. But Marcus's ability to take whatever was dished to him without complaint expressed a kind of peaceful strength she both envied and admired. Quill studied her and stroked her throat as he might stroke a mare he was preparing to ride. I noticed in the video that you were able to take Marcus pretty well. He's not unendowed. Maybe not, but he wasn't as endowed as Quill. Did he think she'd just been pretending he was too much for her to take? Some kind of ego stroke or manipulation on her part. She wanted to stay furious with him for what had happened in the gallery, but sitting on his lap with his arms around her, his erotically charged energy directed at her, it was hard to maintain those feelings. And if Marcus wasn't upset by any of it, he was right. She had to figure out how to play Quill's game and find all the loopholes if she wanted to survive here. Quill tore the paper off the ice pop. Open. You're going to take this. Then you'll take if I'm satisfied by both performances, you can have breakfast. Saskia's lips parted as he slid the ice pop in and out of her mouth, going deeper each time. Relax your throat, Mrs. Roth. It was perhaps the first time calling her Miss Roth had sent a burst of excitement straight between her legs. She squirmed to try to ease the ache forming within her. He smacked her thigh. No. You were very bad. You're going to take care of my terribly fragile bruised artist ego. Or my cock, whichever. And perhaps you will be allowed pleasure tomorrow or the next day. Everything depends on your progress here. She allowed the cold treat to cool and then numb the back of her throat until she could take it as far as he wanted without gagging. Good girl. Now Saskia slid to the ground under the table between his legs as he undid his pants. She took advantage of the still numb sensation in her throat to take Quill as deeply as she had the ice pop. He let out a pleased groan. His hand pressed against the back of her neck, a gentle intimidation, but he didn't shove her down any harder. When he came, she swallowed the results of her efforts and he stroked her hair. Lacey, Saskia will be having breakfast now, he said loudly enough for her to hear. Saskia went back to her chair, trying to force the heat from her cheeks. 13 weeks passed like this, and Saskia forgot the outside world existed. Quill kept her working in the studio nearly every day and long into most N at LTS. He was a man possessed. They alternated days. One day would be focused on her work, the next, on his. On the days he painted, he chained her up or chained her down, depending upon the apparatus of choice. He'd give her pain then give her pleasure until she was wrung out. Then he would paint the results of what he'd done to her. Each painting he produced seemed to dig deeper and deeper inside her soul, so far that she wasn't sure what she could possibly have left to create her own work with. Before long, the gallery was filled with her image in oil, somehow more alive than a photograph. Each night, she stared out from between bars in the cage he still made her sleep in at the paintings trapped inside their own cages of glass. Surely they couldn't breathe in there. But could she out here? Her reality had tilted and tuned into a funhouse mirror. Each night, as she was about to drift off, Marcus's strong familiar hands would creep through the bars of the cage to touch her. Her legs would fall open for him, he'd stroke her until she came, and then she'd return the favor. Hand jobs had been deemed acceptable. After the first few days at the estate, Quill had let her move most of her things into one of the rooms in the main house. She wasn't living in the main house, but at least most of her things were. A minimal amount of clothing at a time was left for her in the bathroom in what she'd oddly come to think of as her building, because it certainly wasn't a room or a suite or an apartment. It was just where Quill kept his private collection of art. It might have taken this full couple of weeks for that reality to sink in, that she existed as part of the collection. And that might be all. It was her day to paint, which meant nothing but sexual frustration because, to Quill, playing with her was meant only to prepare her to be put on his canvas. It was all work to him, one way or another. WLTH each day he continued to refuse her his bed. She'd grown increasingly convinced he didn't want her that way at all. Maybe he was just into Marcus. She was sure something was going on between the two of them again. Maybe while she slept. It was hard not to be jealous, no matter what Marcus said about them not being interchangeable cogs. She felt she was nothing but interchangeable. Replaceable. Forgettable. Just like everything she painted. Maybe Quill could close his eyes and imagine her mouth on his cock was Marcus's mouth, but he could never fool himself that way if helped her. Quill looked over her shoulder at the new painting and sighed. Every time he did that, she deflated a bit. Somehow, his disapproval each time she painted something new was more humiliating than anything else that had happened between them. At least she was managing the alla prima technique admirably. It was just what she painted with it that earned his disdain the first week he'd been content with, or at least tolerated, her dark photocopies as she'd begun to think off-time she didn't know why she couldn't let the things inside her out. It was what he wanted, and all she wanted was to please him. She couldn't even fight with that thought anymore. It was too exhausting. She wanted him to want her. She wanted him to fuck her. She wanted to sleep in his bed. She wanted him to look at her paintings with pride and satisfaction. She wanted him to think her work was brilliant. Saskia felt as if at point she'd jumped onto the wrong train, pulled into the wrong station, and then just decided to stay at the new destination, scrapping every other plan she'd made for her life, such that they were. Quill was the wrong train. But he was the train she so desperately wanted to ride. She wasn't sure she had the heart to beg him anymore. She couldn't handle more rejection. He sighed again. No. Why am I wasting this time on you if you're not going to give me anything? He took the canvas off the easel and flung it across the studio until it hit one of the glass walls, flinging tiny specks of still wet paint onto both it and the floor. Saskia slid to the ground and started to cry. I'm sorry, master. Maybe it's not in me. I was kidding myself to ever think I could create like you in a rare shimmering moment. His expression softened. He sat on the ground beside her, pulling her into his arms. He petted her hair and rested his chin on the top of her head. It was familiar in a way he never allowed himself to be with her. If I didn't believe in you, I wouldn't bother. I'm frustrated because I know it is in you. But this isn't working. He got off the ground and picked up the painting to put it with her others. She stayed there, still crying, while he cleaned the mess he'd made as well as the mess she had. He was so particular about his tools and paints that she was almost afraid to ever help him with the clean-up process, afraid he'd snap at her when she put the tube of burnt umber next to the cadmium yellow. He had a system, and even though she'd watched him, she didn't wholly understand it or want to do yet another thing wrong to disappoint him. I'm sorry this is so hard on you. That I'm so intense, he said. Intense. Or abusive. But he was the typical temperamental artist, and no one had ever bothered to rein him in. And it wasn't as if she had the power to. Or the will. He hadn't mentioned her theft in a while. It had only been a rationalization to do what he would have done anyway. They both knew that. But with her running all over the world throwing around millions of his dollars, he'd been able to more easily pretend Fluis was some sort of justice he was meting out. As if she deserved it. As if stealing a human being and stealing mere money had moral equivalence. If I hadn't conned you, would you have still found a way to have 11K? Quill looked up, his head whipping around so quickly, it seemed as if it might pop right off. He'd been standing by the sink, cleaning the brushes. "Where is this coming from?" he asked, back to practiced indifference. She shrugged. "I just wondered if this was really all something I brought on myself, or if you would have let me go if I'd stolen the painting for you like I promised." "It makes no difference now, does it? You're here. You picked your course. I picked mine." But it mattered to her. He let out a long "S@L I don't know, Saskia. I'm sure I would have found a way to get what I wanted. You always had a price. I just had to figure out what it was." He washed his hands with the artist soap and returned to her. He offered a hand, and she took it as he pulled her to her feet. "I think we need to go out. To the club." She wasn't sure if she was yet prepared to be back at the club with him. They hadn't returned since that first night. They hadn't even left the house. If she were being honest, she'd developed some cabin fever. And while she was sure Quill had gone out a few times, if he hadn't gone far or been gone very long. He must be as ready to do something else as she was. Not the club. Something much better. He took an envelope from his back pocket and gave it to her. It looked like an invitation to a ball. When Saskia removed the crisp linen card from the envelope, she found her speculation wasn't far off. Another fancy party at a museum in the city. It's an opening for a new exhibit. All the top donors will be there, including most of my friends. It felt as if there was a hidden meaning there. One Saskia thought she knew but decided to pretend she didn't. Quill continued, "I want you to wear that dark purple gown you wore that night." He meant what she'd worn to Eric Rain's 21st birthday party. "It's been stuffed in a box and hasn't been cleaned. It was silk, it needed to be dry cleaned. I took care of it earlier today. It's hanging in the bathroom. We all need a night out. We all. Marcus is coming." Of course he was. Why did she have to feel so jealous of and attracted to Marcus at the same time? Saskia jumped as champagne flutes clinked and raucous laughter filled the large open space in the museum where the party was being held. The new exhibit was just down the hall. She was so jumpy. She hadn't been around this many people in a while. But it wasn't as if she'd been isolated from all human contact. There was Marcus and Quill and the servants who drifted in and out at the periphery, most whose names she still didn't know and likely never would at this rate. They avoided her, probably on direct order from Quill. He might keep secrets from the rest of the world. He might have endless social groups and various aliases within each, but inside his home, there were no secrets. And it was understood no one would cross him there. Saskia began to wonder if he had horrible secrets on all of those in his employ. Or did he just pay them an astoundingly large sum of money, plenty to keep their mouths shut? Or did he keep them in an orgasmic stupor, falling all over themselves trying to please him like she and Marcus did? Even though Marcus would never openly admit to it. She took a glass of champagne off a passing tray and glanced around for a sign of Marcus or Quill. One moment they'd been there with her, the next, gone. She knew what they were probably doing, somewhere in some dark corner of museum. And the jealousy tugged at her again. She was still surprised he'd brought her out into the open like this among the normals. Didn't he worry she'd say something? Run away? Find a police officer to have him arrested? But despite Quill's current downplaying of the situation, she knew he could bring out the trump card of her theft at any time. And she was sure he'd meticulously preserved all the evidence. He was smart like that. And she'd walked on that plane voluntarily. And it wasn't as if she was dirty or had physical signs of damage. She certainly wasn't chained down or locked in a closet. Who would believe her? Wandering around in a fancy dress at a fancy party. A stranger caught her eye from across the room. He was tall, athletic, blonde. He reminded her in a way of Eric Rain, except that his eyes weren't the same guileless blue topaz. They were slate gray, older, wiser, more shrewd. They'd seen things. And she didn't have to use much imagination to figure out what types of things they might have seen, if the way his eyes slid over her curves were any indication. She looked away, flushed and suddenly very concerned with finding Quill, but this man had long powerful legs and smart but sensible dress shoes, while she was encased in ridiculous heels. They matched the dress perfectly, but good luck escaping any hungry predators. It wasn't as if she could stun them with her impressive color matching and then escape to safety. "Hello," he said when he reached her. His voice was even more cultured than she expected. Somehow hello felt stodolier and formal after the way he'd just visually undressed her. It already seemed they were beyond that. "You belong to Andrew Drake, don't you?" "I'm sorry." Unconsciously she touched the black diamond collar at her. She'd convinced herself no one could tell or possibly know what the collar meant. Lit his eyes at her core vision. "He goes by Kane at our club." "Has he not even told you his name? And yet he put that collar around your throat. How intriguing." Oh, another name of Quill's to file away. He was moving dangerously close to his own basketball team of fake identities. Drake must be the real one. Marcus's words about the dragon tattoo jumped to the front of her mind. I was just caught off guard." "Excuse me, I need to go find him," the stranger smirked. "I'm sure that you do. And I'm equally sure that you and I will have another encounter later. Perhaps one that involves less fabric." Another glance down the length of her dress. But he didn't dare touch her because, as he'd put it, she belonged to Andrew Drake. This was news to her. It was somehow horrifying that she'd belonged to a man for so long without him knowing his real name. Even so, Quill was the only name she could mentally attach to him. It wasn't as if she would start imagining him as Andrew or Mr. Drake. Or even just Drake. Saskia couldn't think of anything intelligent to say to the blonde man, so she just turned, flustered, and escaped down the long hall away from the party. As she passed the new exhibit and moved into the echoing silence of the main part of the museum, she chanced to glance behind her. But he hadn't followed. A rope blocked the rest of the museum, but she and her two escorts were somewhere behind it. She found herself angriest at Marcus for the abandonment. Wasn't he supposed to guard her? The moment someone appeared that she might like to be guarded from, he was nowhere to be found. She wandered through darkened exhibit after darkened exhibit. The main lights of each room were off, leaving only a dim recessed L at LT above each piece. It felt spooky, haunted. If she were watching this on a screen, she'd ineffectually shout, "Don't go down that hall." Yet down it she went. Saskia opened door after door after door with nothing but dim spotlights and paintings and sculptures to answer her search. Finally, tucked away toward the back of the museum, she came upon the final door. It opened into a grand gallery which would have been framed in an overwhelming amount of natural light if it were daytime. One entire wall was nothing but floor-to-ceiling windows. The room was filled with hand-blown glass art in all different colors. She imagined many of the colorless pieces prismed into rainbows across the white walls when the sun hit it just right. This room must be lovely in the day. Outside the window, the bustling city below was lit up by street lamps and car headlights and decorative storefront lighting. She turned, about to give up and go back to the party, when she saw another door at the end of the gallery, almost hidden, tucked away behind a large red glass piece. Even before she tuned the knob, she knew this was the door. Yet she still wasn't prepared for what she found when she walked through it. It wasn't so much the activity being engaged in, as the fact that both men were entirely naked. Sure, they'd gone off the beaten path, but anybody could wander down that same path, as she had. Marcus was on his knees in front of Quill, the black dragon on his back seeming to ripple as he RM'd, sucking Quill's cock with such an expert finesse she had no idea why Quill bothered even trying to teach her how to take his frill size. It seemed Marcus was fully on top of that task. She forgot to be jealous, as she took in the electric eroticism in front of her. Quill's fingers were tangled in Marcus's hair while Marcus's hands gripped Quill's ass, pulling him closer and closer as if he couldn't go deep enough for either of their tastes. Quill looked up, not taking his eyes off Saskia as he canked. Marcus's throat continued to work, swallowing until Quill pulled out of him. When Marcus stood, he sported his own raging erection. This room was dimly lit like the others, but nothing seemed dark enough to cover the nudity on display. Though, as she glanced around, she realized it wasn't just Marcus and Quill who were unclothed. The walls were covered in nudes. A few of them were Quill's work. The sculptures in the room were nudes as well. Along one wall was a sofa so fancy and frilly, she wasn't sure if it was art, or if one could sit on it. It wasn't roped off, but still she didn't dare chance it. What about the cameras? She blurted. She couldn't tell if they were on or off. Nothing blinked. The museum director tuned them off for me in this room. Quill must donate a lot and must know the director well for such a large and dangerous favor. It had to violate insurance agreements and employment contracts. She wondered how many millions it had cost to secure that donor perk. It probably wasn't listed on their yearly membership drive pamphlet. And if you donate 10 million you can fuck in front of the art with the security cameras here, Quill demanded. Saskia's heels clicked against the hard floor as she tentatively approached the two men. Turned toward Marcus. When she did, Quill began to unzip the long plum gun. "Master, please," she whispered. "Shhhh. You chose to come back here. You chose to interrupt and watch like a naughty little voyeur. Don't you think you should be punished for that?" She didn't reply because there was no reply that was acceptable. A no would earn her more punishment, and the word yes contained far more masochism than she did. What if someone in? Then they'll get to see a wide variety of lovely nudes in erotic poses. You among them. He pushed the straps of the gown off her shoulders and the dress fell, causing the silk to pool in a pile at her feet. "Step out." She did, and Marcus led her a few feet away from the dress. Quill ran his hands over her black lace panties and bra. "Very nice." Slowly he removed those as well. "I want you to leave the shoes." "Yes, master." "Marcus, hold her." Marcus took one wrist in each of his hands, and held them up to eye level. His grip was strong but not painful. His eyes locked with hers. Quill had no implement to whip her with, but he didn't need one. His hand was plenty strong enough. She didn't cry out when he started to spank her, but the tears slid down her cheeks all the same. Marcus watched her cry with only mild interest in his eyes. The sharp, hard smacks against her ass rang out in the room. It felt so loud she was sure it would call the whole party back there, even though the music on the other end of the museum was loud, and most wouldn't venture beyond the ropes even if they heard a disturbance. When he finished, he rubbed some of the sting out, then dipped a finger between her legs. He chuckled at her wetness. "Get on your knees and take care of Marcus." "But I thought you said." "You can do it if I'm here and directly order it. I want my fantastic cocksucker serviced." "So service him." Marcus released her wrists, and Saskia dropped to her knees in front of him as she took Marcus into her mouth. Quill began to kiss him. Then the door opened. She jerked away from Marcus and looked up, startled to find the blonde athletic stranger smirking at her from the doorway. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude," he said. Quill laughed. "Of course you do, Philip." He gestured to the sofa against the wall. "Sit. Enjoy the show." He nodded and sat on the sofa, his legs spread wide, as if inviting Saskia to crawl over to him and blow him next. She wasn't sure that wasn't on the menu of options at this point. "Enfys Roth," Quill said. "He can watch you blow Marcus, or he can watch you get punished again and then watch you blow en Larkus. Your choice. She wasn't sure where the resolve to obey him came from. Maybe it was that no matter how wrong and elked up it all was, the pulsing need between her thighs only pulsed stronger with each successive minute inside this room, and each degree farther they all fell into depravity. Saskia dragged her tongue along the shaft and took Marcus back into her mouth. She used her hands to help her, but she was getting better at going deeper, longer, relaxing her throat like Quill had taught her even without the aid of something cold. Quill went back to kissing Marcus. When Marcus came, she didn't even think about not swallowing. It would be too mortifying for Quill's friend to watch her get punished for that. And she knew exactly what her master wanted from her, though the why of sharing still eluded her. She scooted away from Marcus as he put his pants back on and zipped up. For now, he didn't bother with the white linen shirt or jacket or shoes. "May I have a look at her?" Philip asked. "Of course," Quill said. He helped Saskia to her feet. "Go to Hyrule," he whispered. She looked at her master, uncertain, her eyes begging. The man on the sofa was not without his charms, even though she'd sought to escape him earlier. She hadn't been repulsed, just uncomfortable and partly afraid that she might get in trouble for appearing to flirt with someone else. Quill giving him some level of approval softened her to the idea. She moved on shaking legs to Philip. He held out both hands to and she took them. When she reached him he held her steady. "Spread your legs, Petal," he said. Saskia looked over her shoulder to Quill. He nodded and she widened her stance. Philip slid his hand between her legs. He looked past her to Quill. "How much?" "I'm not ready to share her yet." Saskia released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Oh," he said mildly. "I'd like to A1CK her first," Quill said. Philip seemed surprised by the admission that her master hadn't taken her yet. He was late to that party. She'd been in a perpetual state of surprise about his restraint and increasingly convinced he wasn't into her at all. Maybe not even that into Saskia. Quill said. "Why yes, master. I'll you if you agree to let Philip and Marcus watch." Marcus had already joined Philip on the sofa. They both looked expectant, ready to be entertained. "She's not a virgin, is she?" Philip asked. "She's not," Quill confirmed. "Pity. Watching you deflower that sweet little redhead is one of me fondest memories." She couldn't believe they were discussing her as if she were livestock ready to be bred. And she couldn't believe how hot it was getting her. She felt that heat rise to her face and was thankful for the low lighting that shielded how deep her blush really went. "Well, Saskia, how badly do you want my cock?" Quill had already recovered from Marcus's mouth. He was full and thick and hard again, and the only thing she wanted in the world right now was for that hard thickness to be inside her. She could already imagine how he'd stretch her, just like the large glass toy from his office. She whimpered. "Please, master." The tears that slid down her face were equal parts need and fear. He smirked. "Is that please, master no, or please, master yes? I'm feeling strangely benevolent tonight, so think it through before you answer." Her eyes met his. Her breath rose and fell heavy in her chest. "Please, fuck 'em." His brow arched in mock surprise. "Saskia. In front of Philip and Marcus. You filthy slut. Well, crawl over here. I want you on your hands and knees where you can look into their eyes, and I want them to be able to watch your tits bounce with each thrust." The breath caught in her throat. "Is that too much for you?" No, master." If she couldn't please him with her art, at the very least she could do it with her body and her obedience. She hoped. She crawled across the floor to Quill and positioned herself as he'd asked. She shivered as he stroked down her spine. His fingertips started at the base of her neck and grazed all the way to the concave hollow just above her ass. His hands lingered there on her cheeks. Saskia's gaze dropped to the ground. A hard smack landed, and she gasped. "Don't look at the ground. I told you where I wanted you to look. Lock eyes with Philip. He'll tell me if you stray." Why not Marcus? At least she'd had intimacy with Marcus. She could hold his gaze while Quill elked her. She wasn't sure if she could hold the gaze of an amused stranger. Philip's smile widened. "She's much more timid than any of your other girls. So, refreshingly shy." "I know," Quill said as if it were a personal accomplishment. "This is almost as good as the redhead." Quill's hand dipped between her legs, pressing against her mound, his warmth seeping into her. The moment went on forever, during which time she was compelled to hold Philip's gaze. Quill pressed one finger, then two into her and stroked her inner walls as she grew wet enough to create a sound Philip could hear. She knew he heard it from the sofa because of the way his smile grew, as if he were calculating all the filthy things he would do with her as soon as he was granted access. A moment later, Quill moved his hand away, and pushed his cock inside her. She let out a cry at the sudden intrusion. He filled her as completely as she'd always known he would. A perfect tight fit. She was thankful she was so wet, it was the only thing that spared her pain. As Quill drove into her, Philip's gaze drifted downward to her breasts, watching the way they jiggled. Then he looked up at Quill. Some silent question and answer passed between them over her head, and then Philip got up and moved closer. He sat on the ground in front of her while Quill elked her, wrenching deeper and deeper moans from her mouth. Philip stroked her throat, and then her breasts, pinching and tweaking each nipple in turn. When the pain from his pinches and the pleasure between her legs finally grew too strong to handle, her release came, followed quickly by Quill's. Philip quietly moved back to the sofa as if he never left it. When it was over, when the excitement and arousal had run their course in the explosion of August new and her brain was fully functional again, Saskia scrambled the few yards to her pile of clothing to seek the refuge of modesty. She could still feel the pulsing throb between her legs and the ache from the sudden emptiness. She wanted to go again, but Quill needed time to recover, and the way Philip looked at her, it was doubtful she would be with her master again tonight. "So, now that you've had her." Philip smiled, his gaze pan_LNG over Saskia in the same way he had at the main party before he'd seen everything. Yet he still looked at her as if her body remained a mystery to explore. The only mystery left for him would be how wet and warm and willing she'd be for him when he elked her. Quill nodded. "Very well. Meet us at the house. We'll discuss the financial terms there. Marcus, you ride with him. I'd like time alone with Saskia." "Yes, sir." Marcus finished dressing, and the two men left. Saskia stayed with Quill. He stepped behind her and zipped up her gown and ran his fingers through her hair, pulling it forward to frame her face. Then he got dressed himself. She stood awkwardly to the side, waiting for him to finish zipping and buttoning everything. "Saskia," he said after several minutes of silence. "Yes, master. I'm very pleased with you tonight. But I told you, when it comes to the other men, it's lady's choice. If you don't want to do anything with Philip, I'll send him away." Do you want me to be with Philip?" "If I didn't, he wouldn't have been invited back here." "Oh." He'd known where Marcus and Quill would be all along. He'd merely hung back and waited for Saskia to find them before joining the party. The entire evening had probably been choreographed down to the last detail. She was such an idiot. "Here." When she reached his side, he pulled her into his arms and kissed the top of her head. He lowered his head so that his lips were at her ear. "The more men you give yourself to for me, the more deeply you are mine," he whispered. "I ask for it, because I know it's hard for you. I know how vulnerable it makes you. You have to trust me, that I won't share you with someone who would hurt you or shame you in any way. Do you trust me?" It was the most ridiculous question if they'd met in a different way. If he hadn't felt the compulsion to have her by any necessary. And yet. Yes, master. I trust you. He searched her face, looking for the truth or the lie. He found what he sought. He nodded. Will you let Philip play with you tonight? Yes, master. Good girl. His hand slid inside hers, and they walked together like some normal couple out of the museum and into the cool evening. Philip had already paid for her by the she reached the guest room he waited in. She'd been directed by Quill to change clothes as soon as they'd gotten back. He'd selected a pair of black heels from her things as well as a long black satin nightgown with thin straps and a slit up the side. It was sexy, but didn't make her feel too naked. It didn't make her feel dirty. Marcus stood outside the door, his face impossible to read. The gloves. Quill said. Marcus passed him a pair of long black opera gloves. Philip likes them, you, Quill said. You will always wear these whenever you see him. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head and left her alone in the hall with Marcus. Saskia stared at the gloves. Marcus gripped her hand, and she looked up. If he hurts you in any way. If you don't want something and he doesn't listen, screw and I'll stop it. What if he stops me from screaming? Saskia couldn't imagine Philip doing such a thing, but there were a lot of things she hadn't been able to imagine that had nevertheless happened in her time here. You know he'll be watching. The Marcus meant Quill. Saskia was sure he thought of him as Drake or Andrew. He didn't know Philip had let the name slip at the party. It felt dangerous to know Quill's true name when he'd used so much subterfuge to keep it from her. Though maybe he was just used to being secretive about everything, hoping his lives didn't overlap or intersect in the wrong way at the wrong time. She still wasn't sure why he'd chosen to introduce himself to her as Lachlan Niche. She supposed, in the end, it created fewer questions. As Drake, he'd have to make up a story of where his money came from, which might lead around to Niche anyway. Perhaps he'd thought it better to just give her an alias with a ready-made recognizable fortune and penchant for art collecting behind it. Love. Yes, sir. I'll scream. He nodded. Although she'd agreed to this back at the Muse and knew she wasn't sure now if she could bring herself to a 1ck stranger with Marcus listening right outside the door and Quill watching on a screen in another part of house. She wondered if her master would be in his room, the mysterious room she still hadn't been granted access to. Would he watch and stroke himself? Would he be jealous like he'd acted toward Larcus? Or was it only because Lucas had held her hand and shown her affection? If Philip just used her like something, would he be angry at her treatment or happy that he didn't have anything to compete with? She put the gloves on and opened the door. When she stepped into the room, she let out an audible gasp. I take it, you've never seen this room before? Philip said. So you must be new to this side of your master's demands. The room was dark red with gold shimmery sheer fabric that billowed and hung from the ceiling. Oriental rugs covered the floor in a patchwork that overlapped so completely that hardly any floor peered through. What little did show was a dark polished wood. Large cushions were scattered about, and there were several dim lamps lit. In fact, all the light in this room was indirect. Soft. Flattering. Not that Philip hadn't already seen plenty of her tonight. Why you're my first, she said, her gaze dropping of its own accord. She still wasn't quite sure why she couldn't bring herself to try to escape this place. It wasn't as if there were no ways out. Worst case scenario, she could go to a homeless shelter. She could figure something out, and yet she kept choosing Quill's dark demands and the art between them, pretending any of it meant something. Sir, Philip corrected. His voice was stern, but not unkind. Sir. She felt weirdly grateful he'd set a tone for them. She hadn't been sure what she should call him. I'm honored to be the first, he said, patting the bed beside him. It was large and round and covered in pillows. She went to Hyrule, still taking in her surroundings. This room is inspired by the harem-themed room at the club, Philip said. It's my favorite room, you both there and here. I find it comforts newer girls. It's not too harsh. How many women has my master shared with you? I thought he only collared one other person besides Zen Fornelli. You are his second, but he's had several others on a probationary basis. They never seem to last very long. I'm surprised he put a collar on you before putting you through your paces. Philip spoke as if she were a show horse. If he only knew the sordid way she'd come to be Quills. Like Harry, Philip seemed to think her being here was only voluntary, just a bit of kink she was exploring. She wondered how he'd feel if he knew it wasn't, if he knew just how real Quill's ownership of her was. From the few parties she'd attended and the private club Quill had taken her to, it seemed many of these types tossed around words like owned and belonged to in an almost flip way. Most would be horrified if they knew how very literal this enslavement was. Close your eyes, he said when she joined him on the bed. Saskia closed her eyes and let out a long shaky breath as Philip's hand moved under the slit in the gown and up her thigh. You are so sweet, he whispered in her ear. He kissed her cheek and along her jawline, down the side of her throat until he reached her collar, and then over her shoulder. Yes, the sweet girl who conned a man out of millions, Saskia thought. She heard his weight lift off the bed. Stay. And keep your eyes closed. 5 minutes later, rich, sad cello music poured into the room. Philip covered her eyes with a strip of soft fabric. It's not that I don't trust you, he said, but I wouldn't want you to slip and earn yourself a punishment. Not your first time with me. When the blindfold was in place, he took her hand and led her to what felt like the center of the room. She stood, waiting for a command as he slid the straps down her shoulders, slipping each arm out in turn. The gown was form-fitting, and even without the straps holding it up, the top of it bunched at her waist, leaving her partly covered. She felt his eyes on her breasts, even if she couldn't see it. Lift your arms above your head. She hadn't noticed the shackles that must have hung from the ceiling. Philip locked one wrist in, and then the other. We'll leave the gloves on, he said. His hands skimmed the sides of her breasts, then down over her ribcage, and finally he shoved the rest of the gown off her hips until the garment pooled at her feet in a soft swish. He helped her out of the pile of fabric and moved it out of way. We'll leave the shoes on as well. He moved to another part of room. She heard a LT pop and then liquid pouring into a glass. Philip returned. Open your mouth, Petal. Saskia hesitated, but finally obeyed. He tipped the glass back and a tart Sauvignon Blanc slid down her throat. Are you trying to get me drunk, sir? He chuckled. No, dear. Just pleasantly buzzed to relax you. He let her drink probably a glass until the gentle warm wine buzz prickled out over her face. Then he retreated to refill the glass. Hen, he returned. Instead of giving her more, he spilled a bit of it down the front of her body, quickly catching the trail with his tongue. He must have drunk a full glass of his own this way, licking and sucking wine off her breasts, letting some drip between her thighs and kneeling to lap it up there. You are so sweet, he said again, his voice drifting up from closer to the ground. This time he meant it in a different way. Have you ever been cropped? Riding crop? Yes. Yes, sir. Good. She felt him rise from the ground. He went to another part of the room and sorted through some things until he found what he was looking for. The crop fell across her back in short, hard snaps. Do you like this? He asked after the first several strikes. When she didn't answer, Philip's hand moved between her legs. I know the truth. It's coating my fingers. So say it. Do you like being struck this way? Why yes, sir. Good girl. Will you cry for yes, sir? I'll only strike you as hard as I have to for you to cry. Give me what I want easily, and we don't have to make dark marks. We don't want to mar this pretty skin, do we? And no, sir. It wasn't hard to cry for him. Maybe it was the cello playing in the background. Maybe it was the fact that she still longed to be invited into Quill's bed, as well as not knowing what it said about her that she wasn't horrified by any of what was happening now with Philip, a stranger who bought time with her from the man who owned her. Maybe it was the whole situation. That's it, Philip said. Let it all out. He put down the riding crop and stroked her back as she cried harder than she'd intended to. He wiped her tears, then stepped away again. When he returned, he nudged her thighs apart. Woulda, he coaxed. When her legs were spread to his liking, he began running his hands over her hips and ass, his fingers playing in slow circles and figure eights over the skin between her legs. Then his fingers traced the length of her spine, much as Quill's had at the museum, only he didn't stop at the hollow space her master had. Instead, his finger edged further down, sliding between her cheeks, pressing inside her ass. She tensed. Relax, and take it. If you'll relax, it can feel very pleasurable. I've yet to have any complaints. Saskia breathed deep as his finger slid in and out of her. He finally pulled it away, only to replace it with a lubed toy. Gently, he filled her ass with it while she whimpered and writhed in the chains. After a while, her hips began to move as she pressed her ass harder against his hand, as if trying to get him to go deeper. Philip chuckled but withdrew the toy and said, "That's enough of that for tonight. I like to leave my girls aching and wanting RMR." Saskia strained to hear what he was doing next, but it was impossible to interpret the meaning of the light creaks and clicks until she felt slack in the chains holding her arms and almost pitched forward. "Kneel down on the ground with your ass raised in the air. You can rest on your forearms." The chains gave way just enough for her to do as he asked. She still felt the slightest tension on them as she moved into position. She spread her legs wide without him asking. She heard a zipper and then pants hit the floor, and then he was behind her, fucking her. "I love how wet you are for 11K, he said. Saskia pressed back against him. He didn't fill her in the same absolute way that Quill did. She might have been satisfied by Philip's cock if she'd been with him first, but Quill had ruined her for any other man. Perhaps it was best her master had told Marcus no fucking. It would only be a point of contention when he couldn't satisfy her in the same way Quill had. She didn't come again, but Philip didn't seem to mind. He'd paid for his pleasure, not hers. When he was finished with her, he pulled out and zipped up. He didn't linger or make small talk, something for which she was gatial. Nothing would be more awkward than post-coital small talk with a practical stranger. Philip stroked the side of her face. "Goodbye, Petal. You were worth every penny." He left her chained and sprawled on the floor, the door closing softly behind him while the cello music still played. She lay on the floor in a sort of floaty space. With the blindfold still over her eyes and her hands bound, it was hard to tell which way was up and which was down. The door clicked open. "Are you okay, love?" Marcus asked. "Yes, sir," Saskia said, barely recognizing her own voice. It didn't surprise her that Quill could make her feel this way. And in a way, it wasn't that shocking that Marcus could do it either. The shock was that a stranger could play her body and mind with the same success. It was just another slide deeper down the rabbit hole. Marcus unchained her wrists and removed the blindfold. He looked her over for anything he might need to bandage. When he found nothing, he helped her back into her gown, picked her up, and carried her out to the gallery. She didn't see Quill again that night. 14 years streamed down Saskia's face as Quill berated her. She gasped when he ripped the painting off the easel and threw it across the room. The sad little canvas buckled when it hit the wall with a force that startled her. This was becoming a habit with him. "No. Why don't I just give you a child's coloring book?" It'll be just as much art as this is. Did he think his abuse would help anything? All this yelling. If possible, she cried even harder. But you said I was good. If he really believed that, he wouldn't be treating her this way. He just wanted a punching bag. What he needed was a fucking therapist. You are good. Technically. There is precious little I have left to teach you technically. I am genuinely impressed with how quickly you were able to switch to my but you have to give up RM of yourself if you don't want to be forgotten. You have to give the work everything you give and RM. Great art isn't made of stitched together rainbows and kittens. It's born of anger and despair and frustration, and life hasn't been a cakewalk. You know that. It wasn't even a cakewalk now. Quill was making sure of that. How dare he with all his heaping piles of money tell her about what pain and struggle felt like? As if he could remember any of it. Then show me, Saskia. Put it on the motherfucking canvas before I have to bleed it out of you. He meant that quite literally. He seemed to itch to take her into the gallery to whip her. Maybe this was just an excuse. Her eyes narrowed as her tears ran their course. She felt she might snap the paintbrush in half, she squeezed it so tightly. You're angry, he remarked, his tone empty of inflection. No shit, I'm angry. I worked on that for 5 hours, and you've warped it. He picked up a new canvas from the ground and set it on the easel. Put your anger on the canvas. I won't ask you twice. Paint your anger, or you can paint the pain I'm about to deliver. You don't paint your anger and despair and frustrati 0L, she retorted, emoing how dangerously close she was to the heat just issued. The gallery was filled with paintings of her. They were all brilliant, but it wasn't something he could teach. He had to know that by now. Quill ripped the brush from her hand and threw it on the ground. He stalked her across the studio until her back met the glass. His eyes bored into hers, drilling down into her soul with the smallest effort. No, I don't paint that. That isn't where my art comes from. I paint power and control and all the dark urges that live inside me. And you've been an endless source of inspiration for that. But that's my material. You're living your material and you can't even get it on the fucking canvas. His patience had reached an end. He grabbed her wrist and dragged her from the studio, down the hallway, and into the gallery where all his brilliance stared back at her. His newest work mocked her from the corner. It was her in the high heels and long black opera gloves, blindfolded and suspended in the harem room with Philip looming behind her with the crop in his hand. Quill hadn't just been watching that night. He'd been capturing it on canvas. Just how large was the screen he monitored the video feeds on? I'm doing the best I can. No, you aren't. Master, please. Auntie, do this while you're angry. He was really scaring her this time. Please. He dragged her to the cage and tossed her in and locked it. I'll be back for you when I've cooled down. But pain is kunk, sweetheart. And then you're going to paint it for me. And it will be fucking glorious. There was an or else in there somewhere. He'd completely lost his mind. Saskia let out a deep breath and stretched out on the giant plush pillow, relieved he'd listened to her plea. She just wasn't sure how much he'd really cool off before he came back. Maybe an hour passed before Quill returned. He'd changed out of painting clothes and into all black pants, black shirt, black shoes, black gloves. His anger had dissipated, at least the surface of it had. In its place was a cold darkness that seemed to swirl around him like dramatic fog, cocooning all his emotions. Saskia wasn't sure this was better. He unlocked the cage without a word and helped her out. Just let fry one RM routines. I know I can paint something that pleases you. Speak again and I'll gag you. She closed her mouth and allowed him to drag her the gallery. He stopped at each piece of BDSM furniture in turn, sizing it up, then sizing her up. His face was unreadable. Unhappy with his options in the gallery, he dragged her back into the studio, and he sat on one of the chaise lounges meant for his softer nudes. He hadn't managed to paint Saskia even once that way. With her it was all blood and pain and welts. Dangerous eroticism, never anything sweet or languidly seductive. It was all work that screamed for your attention at the top of its lungs, then held its breath until you looked for good. Quill pulled her over his lap and shoved the artist's mock up over her hips. For the past week or two, he'd insisted she wear nothing but the smock to paint. No pants or shirt or skirt underneath. No panties. No bra. He wanted her in the right mental zone to create the work he'd said she was destined to create. If she shied away from the subject matter, he'd determined to turn her into the subject matter. This was another lesson in becoming the art. As if there weren't enough canvases splashed with her image to drive that point home already. He didn't say anything, and she was afraid to. Instead, his gloved hand struck her bare flesh over and over. It didn't matter how she cried out or begged. He would only stop when his hand was tired, then only to rub her heated skin for a few moments before he started up again. Quill didn't try to seduce her or filcy her or finger her. This wasn't foreplay. It wasn't even punishment. In his own demented way, he was trying to help her, trying to pull her material to the surface so she could see it, so she could feel it, so she could create something raw and vital enough that strangers could look at it and taste the same acrid fear and darkness. All her work was locked away inside her with no clear channel to communicate those things to others. Eventually, she surrendered under his hand. The being stopped. The crying changed from attention-seeking sobs to hushed tears. He pulled the smock back down and she slid onto the ground. Her head rested on his lap. He ran his fingers through her hair absently, then to catch himself. His hand stilled at the nape of her neck and he leaned close to her ear. Now. Paint. Saskia wiped her face and struggled to stand. Quill didn't help her. He merely sat and waited to be impressed. She began mixing pigment and started to cover the canvas. 5 hours later, she was finished with a piece that was emotional, but that was all it was. It was one extreme or another with her. The painting was a mess of erratic colors and harsh lines. She wasn't even sure what she was painting. It was as if she'd changed her mind multiple times in the creation of the piece, but each time just moved to a different part of canvas and started over, never mind what had come before. In the hands of a better artist, maybe it would have been brilliant, but this was anything but. It felt chaotic and hurt and angry. All her technical artistry was gone, leached out by Quill's invariance and anger. She was too upset to focus, too panicked and terrified to displease him. He'd terrorized her to the point that she was afraid to paint, especially while he loomed over her, pacing in the background, watching and judging each brush stroke. It made the hairs of her neck stand at attention every time he walked past. She'd finished it when she'd run out of space on the canvas. Always a bad sign. It meant she was flailing about with no direction or purpose. Quill sensed it, too. Hell, he didn't have to sense it. A child could see it. A child could do better. Any other aspiring artist on the planet deserved his attention and instruction more than she did. Saskia put the brush down and tensed, waiting for more rage. Instead she got silence. She chanced a glance at him and wished she hadn't. She'd never seen him look so disappointed, like a boy whose ice cream had fallen in the ditch, and there was no armor left. He stared at the canvas as if he could unmake it with the power of thought. Then he sent that same withering look her way as if she'd done this on purpose. Then back to the canvas. Then he turned and left the studio and gallery without a word. 15 weeks passed. No new men were introduced. There were no trips outside the estate. The work had ground to a halt. He didn't paint her, nor did she paint. The studio remained untouched. She remained untouched. At least by Quill. Saskia wondered if he'd lost interest in her completely. Only Lucas was there at night to comfort her, to touch her, to bring her pleasure and soothe her. She hadn't seen Quill for days. For all she knew, he'd left the country. Maybe he'd gone back to Venice to the villa she'd bought. Her meals were brought to her in the gallery. And she'd taken it as a signal not to venture to the main house. Maybe he was in there, and he just didn't want to see her. On the 8th morning office, it was Quill, instead of Marcus, who let her out of the cage. He wore dark jeans and a white polo shirt that made him look even more bronzed than normal. Was he getting rid of her? There was no reason for her to think that, but he'd been gone a long time. Scenarios popped into her head. After all, she had plenty of ways to destroy him if he set her free. Would he sell or give her to else? Perhaps Harry or Philip. She tried to imagine belonging to the Viking or Philip. It wouldn't be a terrible outcome, would it? She stood outside the cage, tears silently moving down her cheeks. She couldn't look at him. Quill wiped the tears away and pulled her into his arms. She let out a long breath as her body pressed against his. Don't cry. Are you getting rid of me? He pulled away and studied her, his face a mask of confusion. No. Why would you think that? Was he kidding? He'd completely ignored her. We haven't painted, or done any other things. I've just been very busy. She wasn't buying it. He sat led. I thought we needed a break from the work. I was getting too frustrated with you. I wasn't in control of myself, and I didn't like it. I've been working on some other things, okay, but what about the rest? Do you not want any more? Before Quill, she'd never considered herself an insecure woman. Now she was every woman she hated. The girl who sat beside the phone waiting. The girl consumed only with some man and whether or not he wanted to A1CK her. She hated that girl. She thought that girl was weak and pathetic and should develop some hobbies or something. I wanted to give you a rest period and let you bond with Marcus. He's less intense than I am. Go shower and get ready. I want to take you out. Okay. Out sounded good. Her mind had been slowly unraveling, locked away inside the gallery, imagining the worst. Quill's face was stern. Okay, what? Okay, master. Good girl. And when we go out, you will call what? Sir. He nodded and pointed in the direction of bathroom. Saskia quickly showered and put on a lavender sundress he'd laid out for her along with a pair of silver strappy sandals. He gave her a quick once-over when she emerged, nodded his approval, then took her hand in his and led her out to the car. Marcus had already gone to the house to sleep for the day. Saskia wasn't sure what she'd expected, but it wasn't what she got. Quill took her to an amusement park. It was a local family-owned park, named after the large lake situated in the middle of the property. He won her a stuffed Dalmatian at one of the carnival games. He made sure she got enough sunscreen on her back and shoulders. He fed her corn dogs and cotton candy and held her hand in the haunted house. They rode all the rides. He talked and acted like a normal person, not the man who'd intimidated and scared the shit out of her from moment one until this morning. As the sun began to glow orange and set behind the trees, they sat at the top of the oversized Ferris wheel. He looked content high above the tree line and crowd. The ride malfunctioned, and they were stuck at the top for about 20 minutes while someone from maintenance was called to fix the glitch. Stuck in the bucket suspended over the park, far away from Quill's estate, Saskia managed the bravery to ask the question that had been on her mind since he'd knocked the milk bottles down and won her the toy dog. What is all this? Why? His face appeared relaxed, but she couldn't see his eyes behind the dark reflective glasses he wore to block the glare of the sun. Even as the sun finished disappearing behind the trees, he hadn't moved to take them off. Let's not make a big deal out of it. I just wanted to get out. You needed to get out. I haven't been here in a while. I used to come here a lot when I was a kid. Saskia waited for some further explanation, some cute anecdote that would make him seem less distant, more approachable. But he didn't say anything. Or remember, she wanted to ask if he'd brawl at LT, the first girl he'd collared here. But there wasn't enough bravery in the world for her to broach that question. She didn't want to see him shift back into the person who pushed her hither and further away. She felt like she'd already messed things up somehow. As if he might have let her in a tiny bit if she'd just been quiet and enjoyed it, without making him examine his motives. Finally the wheel lurched forward and began its descent. When they reached the bottom, newer manager handed Quill 2 free passes. "We're very sorry for the inconvenience, sir." "It's no problem thanks," he said, slipping the passes into his pants pocket. As they moved away from the ride, Saskia asked, "Can we come back sometime?" "We'll see. We should get back." She didn't react at all when his hand slid into hers, afraid if she acknowledged it, he'd pull further away from her. "Did you have a nice time today?" he asked, sounding almost normal. "Yes, sir. I'm glad." It was as close to heartfelt confessions as she'd likely ever get from him. Saskia followed him back into the gallery, startled by the changes greeted her arrival. Everything was different. There were paintings on the wall, but none of the Quill pieces. And none of her. It was all other artists he'd collected, as well as a few installations scattered about. A buffet table stood at one end, laden down with all the fancy party foods one might expect at a gallery opening. The servants were putting the finishing touches on the food. One thing was certain, a lot of people would be in this space very soon. Her cage was missing, though the sex furniture remained in place. The furniture wouldn't be easy to move, being bolted to the floor. But wasn't he concerned about people seeing that? Then again, if it could be rebranded as art, it might pass, depending on the intended audience. But you had to be careful. You didn't want to rattle the birds in their cages. "I'm having a private party," Quill said, as if this were a thing that needed stating. "My work has been moved into the main house and replaced with paintings that were on display there. It would look a bit suspicious if everyone I knew saw how many Joseph Quill pieces I own." You think?" The question was rhetorical. He guided Saskia to the far end of the gallery where temporary walls had been erected in her absence. So the day at the park had just been to get her out of gallery for whatever this was. "You're going to be part of an interactive installation tonight. You'll come more times than you can count, though I expect you to count your orgasms for anyway." No more frightful words than these could have left his mouth. Before her stood a large white box, taller than both she and Quill. The fourth side was the actual wall of the gallery. There was a small door next to that wall which led into the box. On the outer front panel were multiple glass dildos in varying colors, some large enough that Saskia clenched her thighs involuntarily at the sight of them. They were each shaped a bit differently. Who knew phallic came in so many exciting options? Were totally smooth, some had bumps and ridges. Some had large bulbous heads, while others ended in a slightly more defined point. Each of penetrative toys was attached to a cord on one end, with the other end of that cord attached to the panel so that they all hung around a largish circular opening which was covered by a white curtain from inside the box. Near the opening were shackles. Two small podiums stood next to the installation. One was a glass jar that requested payment, and the other was a substantial container of lubricant. The placard beside the installation read in big bold letters, tab//slot B. The artist was listed as Jacob Hunter. "Another alias?" Saskia asked. "Yes. It's an interactive piece about how we objectify and commodify women both in art and in life. The cameras will be on. I want to record reactions. Guilt, whatever I can capture on film. You're making a statement about women's objectification by objectifying me. Quill's lips quirked in a grin. Precisely. She already knew more or less what her role would be. It wasn't as if it wasn't already starkly displayed in front of her like a perverted instruction manual. "Enli guests will be arriving soon, let's get you set. I'm sure you don't want to be seen from the waist up. You've met several of these people before in less compromising settings." She stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Master, what exactly is going to happen to me tonight?" "Relax, no one will know it's you. They've only seen you in evening gowns. No one will see your face. You'll lie on the bench with your lower half through the hole in the front panel. Your legs will be spread and your ankles chained. Throughout the night, you'll be penetrated by those toys. Just the toys. No fingers, no tongues. No one will be allowed to fuck you or cause you pain. Only pleasure. You'll enjoy yourself. And Marcus will be with you in the booth to make sure you're okay. So, you can't display your paintings for fear of our stock plummeting, but you can have a party like this." She'd almost slipped and called it an or because she felt quite sure it would soon dwindle to that state. He sighed. "This isn't in the public's face. How many private events of the wealthy do you know the details of exactly?" "None. And anyway, all invited guests have signed non-disclosure agreements." Of course they had. It was his favorite legal document she wanted to object, but the truth was that a part of her was excited by Quill's twisted desires and the slight application of force he introduced into the proceedings, never enough to traumatize her, but always enough to thrill. She didn't want to think too hard about what that said about her. His fingertips trailed over her collar, then he tugged on it to gain her attention. He captured her gaze in his when she looked up. "Be a good girl on this for me, and we'll watch the video in bed together after the party. And then I'll let you spend the night. You can sleep with me tonight if you're obedient." Saskia tried to tamp down the eager flutter over what he promised. It was all she'd wanted from the first night spent in the cage. She closed her eyes, imagining his arms wrapped around her, as their bodies entwined beneath the covers, falling asleep together like that. "Okay," he prodded. "Yes, master." He pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Good. I'm so pleased with you." Another excited flutter. He guided her to the side door on the box and knocked. Lucas opened it, and Quill passed her off to him. Marcus pulled her inside and locked the door. Then he placed a chair in front of it. "You could wear the dress and just take off the panties, but I prefer you fully nude." And of course, if he preferred it, that would be what she gave him. Her submission to Quill had easily spilled over onto Marcus. His demands were only a sliver less important than her master's. And he offered the extra bit of kindness that took the edge off Quill's intensity. No matter how much she craved Quill's approval, she needed Marcus to balance him out. Saskia sat on the bench and unbuckled the strap of her shoe. Her hands began to shake. Marcus pulled the chair up to her and sat, closing his hands over hers. Marcus undid her shoes and slid them off. He'll have someone outside the box, making sure they follow the rides. It's just the toys. They're required to use lube. Imagine it's me or him once it starts. If it's truly too much for you, I will stop it and talk to him." "Okay." Saskia nodded. She pulled the dress over her head, and he helped her scoot down the bench. She jumped when someone grabbed her ankle. "It's only me," Quill said, from the other side of the panel. He spread her legs and locked her ankles into the cuffs. Then he rubbed her exposed clit until the arousal began. "Good girl," he whispered from the other side of the curtain. "Just relax. Let yourself show this. We all know how filthy you are." Inside the enclosure, Marcus stood beside her, stroking her hair. He hssed her, prodding her to open to him as his tongue moved inside her mouth. Then he started to fondle her breasts. She became so involved with Marcus's gentle ministrations that Quill's voice on the other side off panel faded into the background even as she heard a larger buzz-off noise growing in the main gallery. Her eyes widened in shock when a cold, well-lubricated toy was pushed inside her. Whoever it was, hadn't bothered with something small and innocuous. The person on the other end moved the toy with aching slowness into the hilt and pulled it out at the same maddening tempo. This was repeated multiple times until her hips began to RM and arch toward the source of potential pleasure. Each hard bump of the glass dragged against her inner walls, teasing her, making her wetter with each stroke. Her focus shifted from Enlarcus to what was happening beneath her waist. Whatever fears she'd had evaporated as she began to move with it, trying to take more inside. But she couldn't control the depth or speed or the strength of the thrust. The stranger was in complete control of every sensation between her legs. And somehow she knew they got off on it. A frustrated whimper escaped her throat. The person on the other side chuckled. A decidedly masculine sound. Of course it was a male. What woman would participate in this? But maybe one would. Saskia was sure if a woman decided to join in, that she would know it without the aid of a sound frack. Such a hungry pussy, the man on the other side said. Saskia recognized that voice. Nolan. She thought that was his name. He was a close friend of her master. She'd met him the night of the field-raising event months before all office had spiraled out of control. He was the one who'd shown interest in her work making reproductions. She felt her face flame at the recognition and tried to stay quiet, paranoid he'd somehow figure out it was her. Marcus pulled away to observe her the moment she'd started writhing and whimpering. He lowered his mouth to her ear and whispered, "You know him?" She nodded, and he smiled. He moved the chair closer and sat, his fingers kneading her breasts, pinching and twisting her nipples. She whimpered again, desperately trying not to beg him for mercy. The only thing that made any of this all QY was the anonymity she'd been offered. If a single word passed through her lips, it could be compromised. On the other side of the panel, Nolan teased her further. He penetrated her now with lightning-quick speed, but he'd taken away the deep full flicking. Instead, he only allowed the fat, bulbous tip a mere inch inside her before swiftly pulling it out and repeating again. Endless teasing stimulation. She was so close to begging Hyrule, even knowing he might recognize her voice and know whose body he commanded. But mercifully, he spared her the indignation, driving the toy orally into her at a tempo that finally offered sweet release. A deep moan rose from her throat as she came. The toy slipped out, and there was silence on the other side. Cool air played over her bare skin. This was the most exposed Saskia had felt since she'd first been strapped into the installation. She heard murmurings nearby but couldn't pull out any specific words. She wondered how many people stood staring at her swollen cunt and whispering. It was almost better to be used than not to be. At least while being penetrated by one of the toys, she didn't have to think about anything but sensation. And no one could simply gawk at her spread-open pussy. Footsteps approached the installation, and then another lubed dildo plunged into her without warning. The lubricant wasn't needed, but Quill had ordered it. And he was nothing if not a stickler for rides. By the end of the party, when she was sore and wrung out, she'd probably be gatial for anything that allowed the glass to slide more easily in and out of her. The person on the other end used two of the toys. One plunged inside her at a steady riff new while the other, smaller toy teased her clit. She lost track of her orgasms and all the dildos that filled her after a while. Several had been used on her more than once, but she was sure each glass phallus had had its turn at penetration. She doubted there was a single piece that was dry. Eventually, She came to realize the lubricant was being kept slightly chilled and that perhaps it wasn't just meant to keep her wet. Each time a toy slid inside her, she was grateful for the coolness that soothed the heat she'd built. As the strangers played with her, Marcus gently caressed her skin. He ran his hands over every inch of her flesh that was available to him and followed his stroking with a trail of kisses along the contours of her upper body. Saskia jumped at a sharp rap on the other side of the door. "It's me," Quill said. Marcus unlocked it, and her master slipped in, locking the door behind him. "How is our little slut doing in hell?" he asked. There was a chuckle on the other side of the panel, as if there could be any question how easily his guests could hear any peep that happened behind it. Saskia was relieved she'd kept her silence. Marcus stroked her hair. "She's being very responsive." "Good." Quill's erection strained against the fabric of his pants, and she wondered just how many other men outside the box had a similar problem. Els began to play with her pussy with another toy, while Quill unzipped his pants, his cock springing free. More gently than she expected, he gripped the back of Saskia's head and angled her face toward him. "Open for me," he ordered. Her mouth fell open, and he thrust into her. As she sucked, Marcus decided to join in. He stroked her as he had before, but this time with one hand because his other was occupied pumping his own erection. A pornographer couldn't have choreographed the scene better. As Quill's groans grew louder and more insistent, so did Marcus's jerking, and so did the guest on the other side fucking her with the toy. Saskia's moan of pleasure was muffled by Quill's cock in her mouth. He came down her as Marcus emptied on her stomach. "Make the little bitch swallow," Nolan said from the other side off panel. "Don't worry. I've trained her well," Quill answered. They would probably high-five the second he left the booth. When he pulled out of her, he bent to kiss her mouth, then zipped up and went back out to the party. The man had no charm. "I'm jealous," Nolan said from the other side. Saskia lay on the bench panting, barely able to recover before another cool, gas toy slipped inside her. 16 Will kept her in the box until every last guest had left the estate, allowing her the mercy of continued anonymity. She was given the further kindness of a robe as Marcus carried her back to the main house. Saskia felt emptied of all her psychic contents, both good and bad. The deep pleasant internal ache between her legs matched the sense of calm and stillness inside her brain. She felt like she'd been away for a week on a spa getaway. Or perhaps lobotomized. One of those. She hadn't expected that. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, but it wasn't that. She was starving, though. While she'd been fed a bit before the party, the event had lasted hours. Hours of being prodded and stroked. Hours of Marcus with her behind the panel and occasional visits from Quill to satisfy the arousal watching her like that kept creating. She wondered how other men at the party had dealt with that discomfort. Had they wandered off somewhere to masturbate, or had they found a willing partner to slip behind a bush in the rose garden with? How would those other feel knowing they scratched an itch Saskia initiated? Weren't they being used as well? All of them useful objects in the service of all-powerful male boner, the all-powerful male boner she'd licked and sucked not that long ago with something close to wild abandon. Both Quill and Marcus had fucked her mouth several times during the party while strangers gave her pleasure from behind the panel. It was as if neither man could quite handle not sampling her charms for longer than a half-hour stretch. She collapsed, boneless, onto the chair pulled out for her in the dining room. Lacey put a couple of plates of food in front of her without comment and went back through the side door to the kitchen. Marcus wrapped a hand around the back of Saskia's neck and pulled her to him to kiss her forehead. "Good night, Saskia. Enjoy your night off," Quill said. "Yes, sir," Marcus said on his way out the door. Quill sat across from her, watching as she devoured a giant plate of party leftovers. Such an odd mix of food. Mini quiches, shrimp and cocktail sauce, tiny sandwiches on croissants, fruit tarts, little savory sausages in a tangy sweet sauce. She didn't care. she was too hungry to care. A second plate was filled with desserts that must have taken hours to craft, which she planned to barrel through in minutes. Lacey brought her a goblet and a pitcher of water. Saskia was grateful it wasn't champagne. The way she shoveled food in, something bubbling and alcoholic, was the last thing she wanted. "Nolan has requested a private session with you," Quill said, still studying her. Saskia's mindless binge halted. Her gaze darted around the room as if expecting Quill's friend to pop through the door at any like a stripper in a birthday cake. He went home with the others. Saskia pushed the plate away, no longer hungry. "Master, no, please. You said none of them would know it was. Did you tell him?" Quill shook his head. "Your secret is still safe. He doesn't know. I realize how much I'm asking of you. But he's a good friend, and it would mean a great deal to me if you consented. And if I don't?" He shrugged. "I promised you anonymity tonight. If that's to be broken, it'll be your call. I'm not going to rip it from you. But think about it. Would it be so bad?" She did find Nolan attractive. His HSH features undeniably worked on his face. At their first meeting she'd found him both and appealing in that way that seemed to be the official template for her sexual attraction now. "Are you sure he doesn't know it's me? He showed interest when he met me at that fundraising event. You seemed kind of territorial. I wouldn't think you'd want to share. I just wanted to establish clearly who you belonged to. I didn't belong to you back then." Saskia was probably inches from a punishment with the casual way her mouth was flying off. "Oh, yes, you did. You just didn't know it yet. And I'm sure he doesn't know it was you. But at least you know he likes you both above and below the waist. Be flattered. Can I have time to think about it? I want an answer by tomorrow morning." "Okay." He raised a brow. She'd clearly at the end of his patience. "Yes, master," she corrected. He nodded. "Tell me, how many orgasms did you have tonight? I hope you remembered to keep count as I requested." Saskia blanched. She'd lost count within the first hour. I don't remember." Quill sighed and rose from the table. He moved behind her, his hands pressed against her shoulders as if she might run. "You don't remember? Well, then, let's watch the video and count them together. Then you'll get a cane stripe for each one, since you couldn't bother to remember." "Why yes, master." Saskia and Quill stood in the hallway outside his closed bedroom door. Despite how long she'd been with him, she'd never seen his bedroom. He'd kept it just out of reach, a carrot on a string which was always pulled away from her at the last moment. "Well, haven't you been dying to get inside? You've practically crawled after me, begging to warm my bed. And now you hesitate. I'm offended." Saskia's hand shook as she turned the knob and pushed the door open, almost afraid of what she might find behind it. Quill's room looked something like a BDSM pornography set. All it needed was lighting equipment and cameras, and he'd be in business. One entire wall contained hooks with every imaginable whipping implement. A bamboo cane lay across a shelf with a little spotlight on it, as if it were his favorite. Or as if he just wanted to terror whoever entered the room with the possibilities. One entire corner was set up for suspension. There were hoods, and gloves, and riding crops. There were duplicates of much of the sex furniture from the gallery. Maybe he'd found a buy one get one free sale. An enormous bed stood at the far end, far from most of his kink accoutrements, a safe space. The bedding was black, a somewhat innocuous red leather couch angled out from one corner to create a small sitting area. Though it was the kind of couch one imagined a Dear Penthouse letter might be composed from, there was a cage next to the bed, like the one on the jet and the one inside his gallery. She fought not to start crying. She had been sure he'd meant for her to actually share his bed. To sleep in it. What was the point of any office if she'd only be relegated to another cage? He caught her staring at it. I told you, you could sleep with me in my bed if you were good at the party. You've got a punishment coming for not counting like I told you to, but assuming you accept that without excessive whining, nothing has changed. She nodded, still not trusting herself not to cry. She couldn't sleep in a cage again. Lose the robe and get in bed. Saskia stripped off the robe and got under the covers on the other side of the room while he pressed a button on a remote. A large panel in the floor slid open and a flat screen, lying horizontal, rose into the room. He pushed a second button, and the screen lifted at an angle until it was fully vertical. It was massive, much larger than the screen he'd made her watch herself on before in his study. She wasn't sure she was prepared to see her pussy in oversized high definition and wondered if she could get away with keeping her eyes closed for this. Would you like to know how much Ophiao debt you paid off tonight? Admittedly, she'd been curious about how much money had gone into that glass jar. She hadn't been able to help thinking about it every time someone new took a turn with the toys. Yes, master. A little over 25,000. I've already made a note of it in the ledger. That's not bad. At this rate, you may live to be debt-free. And then what happens? He couldn't release her even if she managed to buy her way out of this slavery. It wasn't as if any of this was legal. She had so much on him, it was amazing he didn't keep her chained down 24/7, lest she somehow escape and make it to the proper authorities with a laundry list of felonies to charge him with. And anyway, Quill was the one setting the prices. If she got close to paying him back, he could simply lower the amount he charged for access to her body. It was all a game to him. A never-ending pit of debt. He would arrange it so she could never climb out and was always reaching up to him from the dark hole he'd tossed her down. Of course, interest accrues daily. Of course. But, in the unlikely event you ever paid off your debt, I would allow you your freedom if you still wanted it by that point. How magnanimous of him. You aren't worried I'd report you? He chuckled. No, I know you won't report me for the same reason you were so torn over stealing from 11K. Because you know who I am, because you can't bear the thought of hurting Joseph Quill. Tell me I'm wrong. Joseph Quill was a lie. The art was real, but everything else around him was carefully crafted artifice, yet she still fell for the illusion. Saskia wanted him to be wrong. Desperately. There had to be he could do, some line he could cross that she couldn't forgive. There had to be a level of depravity he could take her to, a place so dark that could erase any feelings of reverence she had toward the artist. But so far, her tolerance for his whims seemed bottomless. Quill stripped off his clothing and draped it across the couch, then joined Saskia in the bed. He pulled her against Hyoru, holding her close. She barely breathed. She could hardly believe they were wrapped up in his bed, skin pressed against skin in something that almost looked like an affectionate embrace. Marcus was kind to her. Why was it so important to her to have Quill's affection as well? So he was a great artist. So what? There were a lot of great artists. He was an arrogant rush asshole who wasn't worth the tears she'd shed for him or the admiration she'd felt, but as he held her, Saskia was sure there must be something deeper in this man worth knowing and being connected to. He pressed the button on the remote, and the screen came to life with footage from the party. It was jolting to see herself this way, as disconnected pieces rather than a whole. At the same, not having to watch her own facial expressions allowed her the distance she needed from it. It was like watching porn with decent dialogue. As long as she didn't think too hard about who all of this was being done to, it was as exciting watching it as it had been experiencing it. We'll fast forward to the best parts, but even during the fast forwarding, you will count every orgasm. But if we're skimming through part of it, how will I know? Trust me, you'll know. He was right. She did know. Even while moving fast, she started to see a small jerk she always made to the right. Like a poker tell. She hadn't realized she did that. She wondered if she'd done it with all her lovers in the past. He slowed the footage and pressed play to let her see the part with Nolan. Quill's hand slipped between her legs. Saskia tried to scoot away, but there was nowhere to go. "I knew you liked high noon," he said. She tensed, waiting for that to turn into an issue, but it didn't. Quill skimmed through most of the full new, stopping for each turn Nolan had taken. He'd drilled her with various toys a total of 5 times. Each of those times, he'd dropped more money into the glass jar. How much would he pay for a private session with her be? Would he pay more so Quill could maintain a defense of his territory, or would he get the friends and family discount? The only other part of the film Quill slowed down for was the women. Saskia was surprised 3 at the party had actually engaged in fluis. They were different, though. They giggled at doing something naughty and forbidden. She'd heard their laughter at the time, but had th01 at 1t they were only standing nearby. She'd known it was nervous laughter and had wondered if they just didn't want to piss off the men they were with by objecting. Now she wondered if they'd somehow been coerced to join in. Perhaps they'd thought it better to be the aggressor than the one lying naked and vulnerable in the box. And yet, everyone had watched them do what they'd done. The women had hesitated. The men hadn't. The men, by contrast, showed no shame. They'd felt entitled. Of course, if a woman was spread-eagled near them, ready and waiting, it was practically their birthright to plow that field. In the film's background, Saskia watched couples slip behind the large Greek columns together, not quite brave enough for an orgy, but far too bold for a polite gathering. Quill skimmed through the last 3 sessions and then shut off video. "I plan to watch it at my leisure," later he said as he stroked between her legs, giving no doubt as to what he planned to be doing while watching. "How many, Saskia?" She didn't bother playing dumb. "T22, master." "That's an insane number of orgasms for 4 hours," he said. "You're insatiable. Unfortunately, that also means you 11 be paying for them with 22 canes fripes. If only you kept count like I asked, you could have had them for free." "I'm sorry, I just lost track, please." Quill shook his head. "No. You know, when I lay down a law, that's it. You have no excuse. I'll spread them across your thighs, and ass, perhaps a few over your breasts. And I won't go harder than you can take. Let's get this done." "You don't sound like you want to." "If you don't want to, I sure as shit don't want you to." His eyes narrowed. "Watch your mouth, little girl. I never want to punish you, but I want your defiance even less." He turned off the video and pressed the appropriate buttons to make the screen slide back down into the floor. The paneling closed over it. He set the remote on the table and crossed to the other end of room. His fingertips skimmed the cane as if it were a dear friend he'd lost touch with. Of course he wanted to punish her. Just like he'd wanted to entrap her and enslave her, and all the rest of it. He wasn't possessed. No one pulled his strings. Who could possibly pull this man's strings? Saskia. She reluctantly unfolded her limbs and climbed out of the bed, following him to the corner. Quill secured her arms over her head and then stepped back to look at her, circling her a couple of times as if he were imagining this on a canvas. Abruptly he came back to himself. He nudged her legs apart with the tip of the cane. "You will count them out loud." Saskia jerked in the chains as the cane sliced the air, before it even struck her. When it did, it seemed to send ripples of pain that vibrated across the room. The sharpest sensation was the cry it tore from her throat. "Oh, one." Her lip trembled when she spoke. She wasn't sure if she'd ever been this afraid of him before. Even the time he'd been angry. The idea of even surviving 22 lashes of the cane, especially a cane wielded by Quill, was more than she thought she could cope with. Tears slipped down her cheeks. "I told you that doesn't affect me," he said. Of course it didn't. He was heartless and soulless. A freaking sociopath with pretty things. "I know, Master." Despite his lack of anything approaching compassion, the remaining lashes were lighter. They still hurt like hell, but it was a hurt that one could cope with. She counted each one dutifully, each one getting her closer to the end of her punishment. In between each strike she mentally berated herself. Why couldn't she just remember to keep track of the orgasms? At least she hadn't lied and made a number. That would have been worse when Quill watched the feed and counted them himself. And she didn't think she was a good enough actress to feign a counting error. Finally, the word 22 fell from her lips. Quill let the cane slip from his hand onto the ground. His special precious cane with its own spotlight rattled against the hardwood like a viper. He unchained her and led her to the bed. "Lie on your stomach." He disappeared into the bathroom and returned with a first aid kit. "I didn't break skin, but I'm going to put a cream on the welts to take the sting out." Saskia barely breathed as he sat beside her and began smoothing the cooling cream over each mark he'd left across her SHN. She could hardly believe he was doing this. He never took care of her after. It was always Marcus who'd been tasked with the comfort side of things. It had made everything with Quill feel incomplete, as if Saskia couldn't get herself to fully bond with him because he never directly offered her the comfort she needed. "Sit up, and let me get the ones on your breasts." Saskia scooted to a sitting position. She remained silent as he rubbed the cream into the welts on her chest. He screwed the lid back on and dropped the container back into the first aid kit. She watched as he crossed to the other end of the room, opened a drawer, and pulled out a short cotton nightgown. Saskia could tell from across the room that the fabric was soft and cool and breathable. He helped her into it and then pulled back the covers on the bed. "Get in." She slid under the covers, and Quill turned out the lights and joined her. Saskia drifted off to sleep in Quill's arms, certain something had changed between them for the better. 17 UT Nothing changed. It was as if Quill had let his guard down with her for one beautiful moment and then pulled it right back up again. Almost immediately, he pushed her away, back into the gallery, isolated from him as if she'd never spent a night in his bed. Or as if it didn't matter that she had, or maybe he'd found her in some way lacking the same way he seemed to find everything she put on canvas lacking. Anyone else who didn't meet his expectations, he could have sent packing, but she knew too many things that could ruin him. She hadn't signed an NIDA, and well, what were the odds he trusted her not to report him for what was essentially kidnapping? He'd at least started painting with her again, but that same distance permeated the work between them. The only sign of intimacy was the accumulating stack of finished paintings in her image. It was the only real connection between them, the only sign that he felt something deeper when he looked at her. Beyond that, he'd grown even more distant than before. The only sex or HNK they shared was in preparation for a new painting. He was willing to her to capture her on canvas, but not for the experience itself. What did that say about her? What the hell did it say about him? It was even worse with her work with his. At least there was a sign of life in the finished piece, but when she painted, Quill maintained his distance. He gave no sign of either pleasure or disappointment. And no longer did he give her any direction, no tirades. No pep talks. Just a gaping void of nothing, a space she couldn't seem to fill with anything to regain his interest in her as an artist. Quill glanced at her newest painting. A still life. BDSM furniture, but still she was regressing. She kept moving farther from the material instead of closer. She wondered if some part of her did this intentionally, to force his hand, to force any extreme reaction out of him. Anything that felt alive like his paintings. She was baiting him. But he gave no sign that he cared one way or the other about her creation. Instead, he said, Nolan will be here in an hour. You should probably get ready. Saskia flung her brush down, but still he didn't react. Do you really want me to fuck him? For what possible reason could he want this? He'd seemed weirdly jealous of Marcus. How could passing her around more help anything? She was perfectly happy to just be his. To truly deeply be his. Why couldn't she just be his? Why couldn't he just let her in? She'd only agreed to sleep with Nolan because Quill seemed to want her to. She grasped onto anything he wanted like it would be the last raindrop before an endless drought. Quill moved closer, the whisper of intensity peeking around the edges of his features. Yes. I want you to frick him, and I'm going to watch the whole thing on the cameras. I want you to give yourself to him in any way he demands. I want you to be my whore. It's the only investment that's paid off. She flinched, unsure which stung more, the words themselves or their icy delivery. Once again, she wanted to hate him. Sasha was sure if he were anyone else in the world, she'd hate him. But no matter how much easier it would be and how much she wished she could flip a switch and be done, Quill continued to loom large in her mind, and the hope of something real with him lingered on. He wants you to meet him out on the terrace. You can wear a swimsuit. Lacey left one in the bathroom for you. There will be drinks waiting by the pool. Quill turned to leave. Wait. Does he know who I am yet? I haven't told him. An hour later, Quill was nowhere to be found. In fact, everyone at the main house had made themselves scarce. A red bikini had been left in the bathroom and a matching sarong. Nolan was in the pool, a pina colada in one hand, when Saskia arrived. She'd taken advantage of the sarong for as much cover as possible. Which was ludicrous. He'd seen everything in excruciating detail already. It seemed almost comical for someone with such strong male features to be holding a yellow girly drink with a pink straw. And yet there he was. He'd already donned one and was working on his second. Saskia, he said, his eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't believe he'd actually remembered her nank. When she'd met him at the ankle raiser, she'd been sure that if she were to meet him again the very next day he would have scrambled to remember it and likely wouldn't have even gotten the first letter right. Nolan, she said in reply. Great, we both remember each other's. We're off to a fabulous start. Join me. Nolan wasn't wearing swim trunks. They floated forlornly in the deep end of the pool like a tragic accident. His erection was visible even from above the surface of water. He made no comment on the bikini or the fact that she was getting into the pool with him still wearing it. He handed her a pina colada when she reached him. Saskia took a sip. Wow. That's strong. It's a lot of rum. You very little mix. I imagine that was for your benefit. As if drunk drowning in a pool could ever be to her benefit. So, how's the honest reproduction business, he asked. Or are you done with that now that you've landed a sugar daddy? Saskia cringed. He seemed genuinely interested in what she did the night of the party, or was he only interested in getting her out of her going? She gestured to the upper corner of the building at the security camera over the pool. You know he's watching this, right? Our host is a bit of a freak, Nolan said, already forgetting the topic of reproductions. But then, you knew that already. How did he ever convince you to get in the box at the party? Or are you a bit of a freak yourself? He winked. She felt the heat come into her face and took another long sip from her drink. An alcohol buzz rippled over her face, slipping down over her shoulders, wrapping her in a warm hug of slight inebriation. Nolan's fingers slid beneath her bikini bottoms, pushing slowly inside her. She let out a gasp, not prepared for things to unravel so quickly, despite knowing the reason she was there. I've dreamed about what it might feel like to touch the inside of this pussy with my fingers instead of a glass toy since that night. A tear slipped from the corner of her eyes, but Nolan didn't seem to notice. He was too wrapped up in all filling the fantasy he'd paid good money for. "I say we move this party to the hot tub," he said. "Even under our host's watchful eye, I feel safer in shallower water. And I'm sure you'll find you're wearing too much in the heat." He helped her out of the pool and the few yards over to the bubbling hot tub. If anything, the camera here gave an even better shot of things. The door to the main house opened and closed with some force. Saskia and Nolan looked up to find Quill striding toward the terrace like he was on a mission. When he reached them, he pulled up a patio chair and sat beside the hot tub. "Something wrong?" Nolan asked. He was already submerged under the hot bubbling water. He pulled Saskia onto his lap, spreading her legs so Quill could watch his fingers crawl under the fabric again. The water was lit from below, spotlighting Nolan's every movement. "I haven't decided yet," Quill said. "Saskia, here." She waded over to him. He helped her out and took her out of Nolan's range of hearing. "You don't want to A1CK Hairu, do you?" Saskia shrugged. "I just don't understand why you want it." Quill stroked the side of her face and then wrapped a nearby towel around her to stop her shivering. "Are you sure watching you get fucked by other men? I enjoy them paying me for the privilege. It's just one of my many kinks." "You've had a taste of my kink, Saskia. Why should this surprise you? All these you know I like to watch. More than he liked to do. But, you were weird about Marcus. Marcus lives with us. Enlarcus belongs to 11K. As you do. Enlarcus was reaching beyond his position to play in ways I didn't authorize. He wanted that whipping. Trust me." Saskia wondered if Marcus had gotten the memo that he still belonged to Quill. Everyone at this house must know it now except for Marcus. Quill continued. "I want you to submit to Nolan. Spread your legs for him, let him lick and touch and fill CKU in any hole he desires. I'm going to stay out here and watch. I want a front row seat for a live show. Can you handle that, MSS Roth?" She nodded. "Why yes, Master." It was the most intensity he'd shown her in days, and she found herself drawn into it like a vampire's compulsion. He pressed an intercom button on the outer wall and ordered a drink, then he escorted Saskia back to the hot tub where Nolan waited. She got into the water and waded back over to him. She glanced back at Quill as Nolan pulled her back into his arms. Would he have stopped things? He'd come storming out of the house almost as if he'd meant to rescue her, but such a thing seemed impossible after the words that had come out of his mouth when they were alone. Still, he'd asked what she wanted, and he'd seemed willing to deliver whatever it might be. "Everything all right?" Nolan asked. "Everything's fine," Quill said. "Saskia, were you aware that Nolan plays the cello? I believe you heard some of his music when you were with Philip." Nolan raised a brow. "Philip, huh? How was that? Did he do the opera glove thing?" The question was aimed at Saskia, but Quill answered instead. "Of course he did the opera glove thing. I've thought of sending him a case all of opera gloves for Chrysonas. Sometimes I think he might be more attracted to them than the wearing them. A store mannequin might please him just as much. So long as she wore the gloves." Lacey appeared out of nowhere like a phantom and pressed a glass of scotch into Quill's hand. Then she retreated back into the main house as quietly as she'd come out. Quill took a sip of his drink. His eyes were dark, focused, and intense as he watched the two of them in the water as if they were animals expected to breed in captivity. Nolan seemed to have no real problem with this, and it struck Saskia that he'd probably done this sort of thing with a girl of Quill's before, one of the ones on probation that had never reached any filial status with him. There was a certain choreography to the night. Saskia touched the edge of her collar as if making sure it was still fastened in place. She was only the second woman he'd put a collar on. At least he'd committed to having her in his life, unlike the ones on probation, but if he wouldn't really let her in, What difference did it make? So Quill said. I've seen you play cello. Now I want to watch you play Saskia. Nolan laughed. You've waited a while to use that line, haven't you? Maybe. I wasn't aware of your musical talents the last time we did this. Nolan shook his head but obliged. He pulled Sasha back against him, stroking her throat as if she were his instrument. What kind of sounds do you think I can get out of her? He asked. You're the expert, Quill said. You tell. Nolan stroked every inch of her, while Quill sat there, drinking in both the scotch and the scene before him. Nolan's fingers played across her collarbone, down her arms, lingering for several minutes on her breasts. He removed her bikini top and pinched and twisted her nipples until she writhed on his lap and moaned. With one quick flourish, he ripped the bikini bottoms off her and let them float on the surface of the water. That was Lacey's swimsuit you just ruined, Quill commented. I'll buy her another one. He gripped Saskia's waist, raised her up, and then pushed her down hard on his cock. She let out something between a whimper and a gasp as she flew at LT to regain her breath. Good girl, just ride me, he said, stroking her back as she raised and lowered herself over him. When she looked up, Quill was riveted. She wasn't sure she'd ever seen him quite like that, and once again the hope renewed in her that he'd somehow open up and let her in, that he wouldn't forever hold her at this distance. It only took Nolan a few minutes to come with the way she grinded on him. He held her firmly in place as he earned it inside her. Quill rose to his feet, kicked off his shoes, and unbuttoned and dropped his pants on the terrace. He unbuttoned his shirt and laid it across the chair, then he sat on the edge, with his legs in the water. Here, Saskia, he said again. She waded over to him and found herself standing directly in front of one of the jets. If she moved just a few inches, the water would pulse against her clit. From the look in his eyes, Quill knew this. He nodded at her, and she moved those few inches, then he scooted closer. Her mound pressed against the pulsating jets. Her mouth was mere inches from his erect cock. She didn't have to ask what he wanted her to do next. Saskia ground against the jets while she licked and sucked him. Nolan came up behind her, kissing and biting the side of her neck. He pressed a finger against her ass and she jumped in surprise at the contact. He chuckled from behind her. Saskia clenched around his finger as she came from the jets, having nearly forgotten about the cock in her mouth. Enfys Roth. On T disappoint 11K. Such a statement from Quill carried with it the promise of most dire consequences. She turned her attention back to her master's cock and didn't disappoint him. And yet, she slept in the gallery. Get dressed, we're going out, Quill said as he breezed into the gallery dressed in all black. Marcus had left her hours ago to go back to the main house to sleep, but Quill hadn't been in. Saskia searched his face for any sign of weirdness from the previous night with Nolan. Quill's friend had filked her a few more times before he'd retired to the study with Quill for some brandy and cigars, leaving her sore and wrung out from the demands of the two men. She'd wondered if they'd compare notes. Marcus had come out to the pool for her and taken her back to the gallery. Then he'd had his ton with her, albeit a tamer version, given Quill's parameters and rides. Where are we going? Saskia asked. She didn't know why she bothered asking. His answer was always the same. Where's that thing you wore to the club that first time? Quill asked. It's in the house. In the room that had become her storage locker because she'd long given up hope that it could ever be her actual room. Even if she never made it into Quill's bed in a permanent way, she'd held out hope for a time that at least she might earn her way into sharing space with her own things. But no. So we're going to the club, she asked. Quill sent her a withering look. Just put it on. Have you eaten? Yes, master. Lacey had brought her a plate earlier when Quill hadn't summoned her to the dining room for dinner. Good. Be ready to go in 20 minutes. The main house felt strangely foreign when she stepped inside it, like it had forgotten her already. But she shook the feeling off and went to the room with her things and put on the outfit he wanted. She heard a low whistle behind her and spun to find Marcus standing in the doorway, slouched casually against the frame. He looked as if he'd just gotten out of the shower. His hair was wet and he wore only jeans. The dragon twisting around his torso seemed to be craning to get a look at what had caused Marcus to whistle. "Are you coming with us?" Saskia asked. "Coming with you where?" She shrugged. "I don't know. The club maybe." "He won't say." She wondered now if Quill hadn't come to her because he'd been with Marcus. Then it's probably the club. He acts as if acknowledging its existence aloud will break some sacred trust. "But no, I'm not going. I've been given the night off." Saskia let out a long slow breath. If Marcus was being given the night off, it either meant she'd sleep in Quill's bed tonight or whoever he was leasing her to wanted overnight privileges. She met Quill out by the Bentley 20 minutes later. He glanced at his watch but made no comment. He simply opened her door for her and then got in on the driver's side. They traveled in silence out of the city and into the desert as before. Sasha felt no less self-conscious in the short skirt and boots than she had the last time she'd worn them when they reached the gate of near Fizzy Pop bottling Conveny. Quill input his code, and the doors swung open again. He parked in the same handicapped spot as before, as if it were his special reserved parking. Without a word, he got out and came around to Saskia's side. She started to open her molar to speak, but Quill pressed a finger against her lips and shook his head. He took a black silk tie from his pocket and blindfolded her. Then he pulled the black cami top off over her head. "No bra." "Good girl," he said. Quill slipped a hand under her skirt between her legs to find that she wasn't wearing underwear. Very good girl. He'd wanted her dressed the same as the first visit, and she wasn't about to irritate him with feigned ignorance about underwear. Saskia felt her nipples harden in the cool night air. "Turn around." She turned, and a moment later, a piece of tight leather with stiff vertical pieces was being wrapped around her. A corset. There were no hooks, no easy fastenings or buttons or zippers for those who just wanted the look without the fuss and muss. No, this was a real lace-up corset. She drew in a sharp breath as Quill cinched her up like he knew exactly what he was doing. And it struck her as kind of odd that he'd never done this before. He'd painted a few other women in corsets, but he'd always painted Saskia nude. The corset stopped just under her breasts, leaving them pushed impossibly high and exposed for the viewing pleasure of anybody inside the warehouse. Next, leather cuffs were placed on her wrists. A metal chain clinked as it was attached to a connecting ring between the cuffs. Quill twied on the leash. She tottered in the heeled boots briefly, then got her bearings and followed him. He led her into the building, the loud, grinding industrial beat, the secondary doors where the beat faded into a hue. Then he held her hands and helped her down the treacherous spiraling stairs to the underground level. Even through the pulsing beat, she heard the staccato rhythm of her heels clicking against the hard floor until Quill halted her with a hand pressed lightly to her stomach. She waited. He unlocked one off-cliffy, repositioned her arms behind her back, and recuffed her. There was a grinding sound as something creaking and metal settled against the ground. When a metal door swung open, Quill helped her inside. "Kneel and spread your legs," she obeyed, and the door shut. She felt herself rise in the air as the creaking metal, which she realized was one of bird cages, rose a few feet in the air. The volume of the music seemed more muted now as a small crowd gathered around the cage. A din of speech surrounded her, deep male voices, but she couldn't pick out a single strand of conversation. Different men's words bumped up against each other as they seemed to circle and prowl around her cage like a pack of wolves. Hands stroked her spread thighs, pushing between her legs, massaging and caressing her breasts, stroking the side of her face. "Give yourself over to it," Quill whispered from just behind her, his voice the only one she could piece together with clarity. A hand slid into hers, and she knew it was her master's. Saskia began to move her hips, grinding against the strange hands. Multiple hands stroked her thighs now, as two, possibly from two different men, rubbed between her legs. From behind, hands moved on her ass, one teasing her rear entrance. The hands on her breasts became more insistent and demanding. And one hand demanded she suck its fingers into her mouth. She obliged with a whimper as she writhed against the strangers. For us, the voices whispered. For one crazy moment, Saskia thought she'd wake up in her own cage in the gallery with her own fingers between her legs, but she didn't wake up. Instead, she let the hands and voices pull her under their wave of pleasure as she came moaning for them one by one. The hands pulled away, and she was left kneeling in the bird cage with the evidence of the events of moments before sliding quietly down her legs. Several minutes of silence passed. Then there was the talking again, the muffled male voices overlapping, lowering discreetly when they didn't want her to hear. Saskia felt her whole body blush inside the cage. She picked up bits and pieces and little phrases here and there, enough to piece together a narrative inside her head. It was a financial negotiation of some sort. What had just happened inside the cage had been an audition of sorts. A tryout for the men who were now talking about money. Saskia's anxiety ratcheted higher. She couldn't pick out Quill's voice. His hand was no longer in hers. What the hell was happening? The cage lowered back to the ground, the door opened, she was helped out, and her hands were uncuffed and recuffed once again in front of her. She was led out of the warehouse on the leash the same way she was led in, never once seeing anyone in the club, not even the bouncer outside. When they reached the car, the passenger side door was opened for her, and she was buckled into her seat belt. The driver's side door seemed louder closing than hers had been. The car started and backed smoothly out of parking lot and onto the road. She was still blindfolded and leashed and cuffed, but now inside the silence of the car, everything felt sharper and the odd fog she'd been in began to fall away. The seat she sat on felt different than she remembered, the leather softer against the backs of her, the car handled differently. Sounded different. Smelled different. She reached blindly in front of her to feel the dash and glove box, very different contours than the Bentley. Her breath sped perilously down the ramp to hyperventilation, but a voice stopped her. "Relax, Saskia. I'm here," Quill said from the back seat. But who was driving? She didn't care. As long as he was there. He hadn't abandoned her to a stranger going to God only knew where in the dark of night. For a crazy moment she'd thought he'd sold her off to someone else. Forever. The trip was much shorter than the time it took to drive from the warehouse to Quill's house. Saskia didn't ask to remove the blindfold, nor did she attempt to take it off herself. As long as Quill was there, she could handle whatever this was. The car stopped, and again the doors opened. This time, she realized the magnification of the sound of the door shutting had been the back seat and the driver's side closing in concert. Her door was opened next, and she was helped out, led on the leash as she'd been before. She wasn't sure if it was Quill or the stranger leading her. Water burbled in a fountain a little way from the car. Suddenly she was scooped up and someone started to carry her. "Is that really necessary?" Quill asked. "These cobblestones are too easy to trip over in her boots." Saskia recognized that voice. The Viking Ari. She relaxed a fraction. He climbed a set of stairs with her, and then set her down just inside the front door. Her heels clicked against a hard, echoing floor. Then Ari led her the house on the leash. She heard Quill's footsteps just behind them. Another door opened, and Saskia was guided through it. She heard flowing water and the crackling, spitting sound of fire in a grate. Ari unhooked the leash and removed the cuffs from her wrists. He raised each wrist and gently rubbed the irritated skin. "You can take the blindfold off," he said. Saskia removed Quill's silk tie from around her eyes and handed it back to her master. The room was large and solid white with vaulted ceilings that made her feel as if she were in a cathedral. There was a waterfall at one end of the room that emptied into a giant hot tub. The jets were unbelievably silent, giving the illusion that all the bubbling came from nothing more than the waterfall. Several feet up, where the flow of water started, was a nook one might curl up in to read a book. She couldn't see any detail in the space itself. She only knew that a person could fit in there and sit and look out over the rest of room. "That's where my pet sleeps," Harry said. Saskia knew he didn't mean a dog or a cat. He meant the girl she'd met the first time in the club who'd been wearing the schoolgirl uniform. On closer inspection, Saskia could see light glimmer off the link of a metal chain. She imagined there was a cuff on the end that might be locked around the girl's ankle at night. "Where is she?" Saskia asked. "She's spending the night in one of guest rooms. Not a cage isolated in a gallery." The fireplace against the wall crackled and spit some more, and Harry put another log on the fire. There was a large white bed opposite from the hot tub with an endless pile of pillows on top of it. Metal chains hung from the ceiling, ending in white leather cuffs at various points over the bed. The bed itself was a four-poster, the posts made of a sturdy gleaming steel. There seemed to be endless ways to tie someone to Harry's bed. The floor was a blonde hardwood, but it was nearly covered in white fur rugs, so only a few inches of floor peeked from under them at a time. Small white pillows were clustered in a haphazard pile around the fireplace. "Undress, please," Harry said. "Boots, too." His words were directed to Saskia, but Quill removed his shoes as well to avoid fracking anything onto all of Harry's fine rugs. Harry also removed his shoes, but Saskia was the only one among them who was to be nude. She wondered if Harry's hands had been on her at the club when she'd been locked inside the birdcage, or if he'd stayed back and watched. She didn't ask because she doubted either of them would tell her. Quill looked back and forth between Saskia and Harry as if searching for clue in a great mystery. He seemed to find whatever it was he was looking for. "Saskia." "Yes, master. I'm going down the hall to play with Harry's pet. You will stay here and do whatever he asks of you." He didn't frame it as a question, but something in the cadence of the sentences made it play that way despite his best effort. "You aren't staying to watch?" She felt her skin heat when she caught the smirk on Harry's face at that. "Not this," Quill said. "You're in good hands." His gaze shifted to the Viking. "I'm sure we won't have a misunderstanding like last time." Harry shook his head. "No, Kane. We're good. Besides, where would I take her? We're already at my house." "Exactly." Quill shut the door softly behind him. He left his shoes behind in Harry's room. The Viking moved closer and began to unbutton his shirt. He tossed it onto a chair near the door. He left the pants on for now, but hooked his thumbs into the front pockets as if it were the only way he could control some wild thing inside him that wanted to devour Saskia whole. He was so tall. Quill was tall. The two men were close to the same height, in fact, but Harry's long blonde hair really did make him look like a warrior off an ancient battlefield. As if to put a finer point on it, a faded angry scar slashed across his chest. Saskia reached out, unable to help herself, and traced the scar. She drew back immediately as if burnt, remembering Quill's sharp rebuke when she'd touched him without permission. "I'm sorry, sir." "It's quite all right," Harry said. His smile was easy. There weren't a million cunning calculations going on behind those eyes. Not like with Quill. It seemed that every man she was with was somehow an easier or better option than Quill, yet in spite of all sound reason, Quill was the one she wanted to be close to, and she felt that every man's bed he sent her to warm was just another way to keep her out of his heart so she could be kept at an emotional distance. Saskia's attention went back to the scar on Harry's chest. "How did it happen?" He chuckled. I got that little souvenir when I didn't listen to a safe word during edge play. As soon as I untied her, well, this is what happened. She had a few issues and was off her meds, but I still deserved it. And I knew she was off her, so shame on me for that, too. I took advantage from start to finish. Oh, it wasn't your pet. It could very well be his pet, but the way he spoke made it seem more casual. No, just someone I was playing with for a night. Auntie worry. I learned my lesson and I have a harsh reminder every time I look at it. It won't happen again. It's one of the reasons I was so concerned that you were truly there at the club of your own free will. I didn't try to take you away from somewhere you wanted to be or from someone you wanted to be with. I never should have doubted Kane. Oh, no, those instincts were good. But aloud she only said, "It's okay." Ari moved closer. One hand cupped the back of her neck, drawing her forward. He kissed her forehead. "You say red, if you need it. Just like at the club." "Yes, sir." "Good. Are you hungry?" She looked uncertain. He laughed. "Food? I'm asking about food," little Saskia admitted. Dinner felt far in the distant past. "I'll be right back." Several minutes later, Ari returned with a large glass tray. He laid it on one of the rugs in front of the fireplace. "Come, we're going to play again." There was a pitcher of water and 2 water glasses. In the center of the tray was an assortment of catered finger foods. There were mini quiches, chicken salad tarts with grapes, something that looked like cream cheese mixed with something on crackers, buttermints, and fancy chocolates. Each portion on the glass was maybe a bite or 2 at most. "I had a party the other night. These are the leftovers. Unfortunately, some of the better stuff ran out first. Like the shrimp, and my pet polished off the last of salmon puffs this afternoon." Saskia glanced toward the door, suddenly wondering what Quill was doing with Ari's pet. A twinge of jealousy shot through her. Ari's hand pressed against her cheek, directing her attention back to him. "You must pay attention, or I'll have to punish you. I'll be gentle tonight if I'll let 11k. Ari's arctic blue eyes seemed to freeze as if mere verbal warning weren't enough. "Why yes, sir." He nodded, the glaciers melting back into a shade. "All right. How hungry are you?" Now that she thought of it, and now that the wonderful smells were drifting toward her nose, pretty hungry. The Viking only had to see the look in her eyes for his answer. He smiled. "Good. This is better if you're very hungry." Saskia swallowed around a lump forming in her throat. Quill wouldn't have left her alone with him if he wasn't sure, would he? It was just occurring to her that there had been a comfort in knowing Quill was on the other side of a screen watching, that he'd intervene if anything happened that he didn't like. Or when Larkus had been just outside the door waiting to pounce if anyone crossed any lines. They'd both guarded her in their own ways, but it was just her and Ari tonight. "Don't look so terrified. I won't be too horrible with you. The game is sinful. I issue an order. You do exactly as I say, and then I let you have a bit of food." Saskia nodded, looking from the tray to Ari. He poured water in each of the glasses and took a sip from his, then he leaned back against the pillows. "Whenever I issue a command, you will say, 'It would be my honor, sir,' and then do whatever it is I've ordered. Sound simple enough?" "Yes, sir. First, I want you to crawl around the room so I can get a good look at you from every angle." Saskia dropped to her knees. "It would be my honor, sir." She crawled slowly around the circumference of room U, avoiding the furniture and the hard marble around the hot tub. When she returned to Ari, he motioned her closer and fed her one of the chicken salad tarts, or half of one, anyway. It was all she could get in one bite. He pulled the rest of the tart away. "Don't be greedy. If you please me, you won't have to worry about starving in my care." Ari watched her kneeling on the rug waiting for his next command for several moments, then hesitated. Go stand under the waterfall and wash yourself for me. I like my toys freshly cleaned before I use them. It would be my honor, sir. Saskia rose and climbed the marble steps, then descended into the hot bubbling water. A bar of peppermint soap rested on a ledge just to the right of the waterfall. The entire suite made her think of winter, from Ari's long blonde hair, to the fireplace, to all the white fur rugs, and now the soap that made the air feel colder when she breathed in its scent. She bathed under the flowing water, its warmth hiding how her nerves were beginning to get the better of her. Sasha found herself captivated in Ari's warm gaze. She didn't know how eyes so pale blue could sometimes be so warm. Why couldn't Quill look at her with just a fraction of that? How pathetic. Her master was pinning her out to all these other men, and rather than be horrified by it, instead of hating Hyrule, all she could do was wonder why he couldn't touch her with Philip's care or caress her with the warmth of Ari's gaze. Or why he couldn't watch over her and stay close like Enlarcus. He seemed to have Nolan's single-minded fixation with little else attached to it. And yet Nolan had made her the most uncomfortable, the one who'd seemed most like Quill. Shouldn't that tell her something? Saskia. Ari's voice dropped deeper. A reprimand. She looked up, startled. Yes, sir. Where did you go just now? Nowhere. He didn't believe her. Dry off and come back to me. I don't want any water dripping on my yes, sir. Saskia took a towel off the rack next to the hot tub and carefully dried off. She left the towel wrapped around herself, even knowing that Ari probably preferred her to leave it behind. But he made no comment. Instead, he pushed the tray toward her. Eat whatever you want. Something had shifted in Hyrule, and that was over before it had started. While she ate, Ari stripped off his pants and got into the water. He stood under the waterfall and used the peppermint soap. By the time she'd finished the food on the tray, Ari was next to her, a matching towel wrapped around his waist. He offered her a helping hand up from the ground and led her over to the bed. He lay down and motioned for her to join him. They both wore their towels. What was that back there with you in the water? Seriously, where did you go? What's wrong? Saskia shook her head. She couldn't tell him. She was sure he'd only go behind her back and tell Quill, and then the two men would have a good laugh about it. No, Ari wasn't like that. And when she really thought about it, Quill wasn't either. Her master was hard and demanding and intense, but he didn't make jokes at the expense of others. At least he never had with her, and she'd never seen any indication that such a thing was part of his character makeup. Tears began to fall down her cheeks before she could stop or hide them. Ari pulled her against him and petted her hair. You can talk to me. Whatever you say is just between us. Did he still think she was some unwilling captive? Was she? Was the Viking still trying to save her? There was nothing that could save her from her own self-destructive need to truly be Quill's. What's wrong with me? Why doesn't he love me? He's so distant. It's like he doesn't even want around. Kain. That ridiculous name. If Ari didn't know any of Quill's multiple aliases, how could he understand any of this? But then, maybe Kain was just who Ari thought of him as, like Saskia thought of him as Quill. There was nothing to indicate how close Ari truly was to her master, or how much he knew or didn't know about him and all his myriad lives which lay parallel to one another, trying desperately not to cross-pollinate. Saskia, you are the second person he's ever put a collar on. Trust me, it means something. But did it? If Ari only knew the truth of how she'd come to belong to Quill, it lt not look the same hate ever Quill had with the last girl he'd collared. Surely it had been voluntary and mutual. Saskia was certain that the unnamed mystery woman had held some true place in his heart, that she wasn't just something he possessed. She hadn't been an impersonal acquisition. An asset. not like Saskia. Saskia couldn't imagine him keeping that other woman locked away in the gallery away from him. If he had, how could he be surprised she'd left? If he was so empty inside that he couldn't offer even the barest real connection. Why did he care who stayed or went? Give him, Ari said. Do you remember at the club when you screamed? She nodded. That look in his eyes when he confronted me about trying to take you out of there. I've only seen him that intense about one other person. Maybe he's afraid you'll walk out like she did. Saskia almost laughed out loud. As if Quill would ever allow that to happen. She'd lain inside her cage in the gallery at night when it was still and quiet, taking her master apart in her mind and putting him back together, making up all sorts of explanations for his behavior. She was sure he'd taken her and started their relationship with a felony just so she couldn't walk out. He'd already set the tone and pace for them with that one criminal act. So what the hell could he be so afraid of now? She'd swung almost immediately back to the idea that he didn't care. He just wanted to punish her for tricking him out of all that money and wounding his ego. Can I ask you something? Saskia said. Ask, doll. What happened tonight at the club? I thought he was going to sell me to someone, maybe permanently. It was an auction, you're right. But just for the night. I was there to make sure it didn't get out of hand because he would never sell you, even for someone he didn't know well. I umped in and outbid them to get you out of there without any bruised feelings, but I thought this was your rain check from before. It is. But the others in the club don't know that. You still haven't really done anything with me, she said, beginning to feel guilty that he kept getting screwed over, when she really did want to play with him. Ari pulled her closer, his lips brushing softly against hers. Just forget about all those buzzing worries for tonight. He gently pulled her towel away, followed by his own. And then he proceeded to make slow real love to her, the kind of thing people who paid for sex didn't offer. When you paid, you were there to take, but Ari just gave, all the things she'd wanted to come from Quill afterward. He stroked her back until she fell asleep. Saskia woke with her back pressed tight against a Waru solid chest. But Ari was in front of her, perhaps a foot away. At some point in the night, Quill had slipped into the bed. It wasn't his bed, but it was a bed with him in it, his arms wrapped around her like she was something he didn't want to let go of. She wondered if he'd pulled her to him immediately when he'd climbed into the giant bed, or if he'd instead unconsciously reached for her in his sleep. Had Ari said something to him? She remained very still the rest of the night, afraid that if she moved, the spell would break and Quill would release her and roll back over, shutting her out again. 18 weeks passed. Or maybe it was months. It was so hard to tell with how the world all blurred together. Fucking and sucking and painting and being painted and being passed around. Each time she felt there was some tuning point between her and her master, it tuned out to be nothing more than the same smoke and mirrors. He always pulled away again as if he'd catch on fire if he allowed even the slightest intimate ember to burn between them. She had stopped lying to herself, stopped pretending that her master must share her out of fear of intimacy. That would mean he cared. And it was just another fantasy to keep her warm at night. Perhaps he just shared her because he got off on sharing her, on proving how deep her submission to him had grown, how lost she was, how enslaved. And it had never been about what she'd stolen. She'd abandoned that theory early on. He'd only made the smallest pretense with the ledger. She wasn't even sure he was still keeping a record of what she'd paid off. Quill got off on prostituting her, on being paid ridiculous sums of money to allow all of his wealthy perverted friends to part her thighs over and over. So few men had the patience he had, to turn a mind and body and soul so that they craved the chains locked around them, so that they squirmed and mewled and begged shamelessly for more. He was an artist far beyond mere painting. When Saskia had first been inspired by his work enough to attend art school, She'd imagined that somehow while there she would discover some artistry hidden deep within her. She'd credit Joseph Quill with inspiring her, but secretly she would know that all along she'd had it, whatever that meant. His work would have just unlocked it. There would be parties and acclaim, and her work would be talked about in hushed, reverent tones. But over time with him, she began to realize that maybe she didn't have it after all. Maybe she'd only ever been kidding herself. He must have believed in her at one point. Why else would he have become so frustrated when she couldn't deliver what he wanted on the canvas? If he didn't think she could do it, he never would have invested so much of his own hopes and expectations on what she might become. It had crushed both of them to see it just wasn't in there. Nothing more than hollow technique. Saskia stood in front of a canvas, painting another scene from the club with the bird cages. This one was a self-portrait. She was the focal point of the piece, locked inside the bird cage, blindfolded, a lost expression on her face like a lamb on an altar. Hands seemed to crawl up out of the cage itself to touch her. In the background were men who all wanted a piece of her, waving money. But she didn't seem able to see or hear any of it. The only reality was that cage closed in around her, and the endless parade of hands poking and prodding her thighs apart. It didn't really matter anymore if Saskia painted the truth about herself. It wasn't going to ever see the light of day. No one would care. No one would buy it. She wasn't sure why she painted now. There was no real reason to. She knew she'd never be good enough. She'd never please Quill on any artistic level. Perhaps with her body she could please him, until he finally grew bored with that. But they were not colleagues. He was not her teacher. She was not his prized pupil. The work wasn't about him anymore. It wasn't about the imagined outcome. It wasn't about irony or fame or acclaim or respect. It wasn't about gallery openings and parties. It was just this thing inside her that pushed its way out onto the canvas in spite of all the ways it had been beaten down along the way. When she'd run out of places to hide behind polite landscapes and had run the gauntlet of trying to force the work through a filter of the imagined expectations of others, what was left was an undiluted, raw work that may never hang in any gallery, even this one, but it felt honest, at least. Saskia stood back from the still wet painting to take it in, trying to experience it as a stranger seeing it for the first time. She didn't hear Quill come in. She jumped when his hand rested on her shoulder. Yes, he whispered. That yes from him. It was everything she'd thought she wanted to hear. And yet, it was the beginning of the end for her. Soon after, more work came, flowing out of her in a great rush like Ari's waterfall in the White Room. When enough had accumulated that pleased him, there was a party in the private gallery. The walls were covered with all her work. Quill invited enough people to fill the gallery, and she never knew which of his aliases all the attendees knew him by because she didn't recognize any of the faces of the guests. But it couldn't just be his art crowd. It was a specific gathering of others like him, art married with kink, not just in the subject matter of the work itself, but a comfort with the real thing. Saskia imagined that most of the people in attendance had been at the party when she'd been in the box show. She'd seen those who'd touched her that night later on the video feed, but it was on a screen and in such brief snippets as Quill had fast-forwarded through all but the most interesting interactions. So if anyone at this party had been at that party, she didn't remember them. There was a price on every painting of hers in the gallery. Not insane prices, but definitely respectable. If Saskia had expected she would have ground artist's introduction in Good Taste in an even gun, she'd been kidding herself. The reason she knew this crowd had to be comfortable with the real thing was because she'd been put on display as an art installation once again. Only this time, Quill didn't grant her the anonymity she'd so craved at that first party, the anonymity she'd reluctantly relinquished, even if only for Nolan. The installation was another Jacob Hunter piece. It was called The Artist, Exposed. Quill didn't go much for subtlety. For this piece, she'd been stripped bare except for her collar and chained down, swaddling a large shiny black round piece of marble. It was a ball just small enough that she could manage to straddle it without too much difficulty. Once she'd been chained in place, a switch was flipped and the ball began to roll gently on top of a sort of platform it was situated on, engineered for such movement. Water gushed forth from small openings in the piece, creating an effect of sheets of water flowing over this moving ball. And as if that weren't enough, the ball itself sort of pulsed and vibrated underneath her. The pulsing and movement and warm water caressing between her legs sent her cresting over the edge of orgasm repeatedly. If it weren't for the intense sensations, Saskia might have been able to appreciate the artistry and engineering of such a contraption. Only from the mind of Quill could such a bizarrely erotic piece have been realized. But there was no box to protect her, nor any blindfold to keep her in the dark where she could pretend whatever she wanted to pretend. Tonight it was real exposure, and she wasn't entirely sure which thing was worse, the installation she was a part of, or her art on the walls being judged by those with the money to buy it. Mercifully, at this party, no one was allowed to touch her. It wasn't part of the piece. They were only allowed to observe her. The oddest thing about all of it was that she must have had a good 20 orgasms in the length of time she was kept on the installation, and yet, they acted as if this were some serious piece of art that actually said something instead of Quill just looking for another way to display and humiliate his property. They spent an equal amount of time studying her as they did studying her art hanging on the walls. There were a lot of hums bandied about, and the sharp ripping of checks from checkbooks that had endless check writing potential. She'd never seen so much check writing. The members of Quill's circle must never have heard of magic of the wire transfer. Or maybe writing a check was more convenient when one didn't want to be bothered with technology and account numbers. One by one most of pieces were bought, except of course, for her. Eventually the champagne ran dry, and the waiters carrying trays of tiny food seemed to fade into the background and disappear as the guests filtered out, carrying bits and pieces of Saskia with them in France. Quill, being a good host, joined his guests outside to see them off. Lucas remained behind. He unchained Saskia from the installation and caught her as the water propelled her forward without the chains to hold her in place. She clung to him, her soul eviscerated. She felt that only shattered ribbons of her being remained behind, barely enough to reconstruct a full person even if she wanted to. Quill had forged her in the fire of chains and whips and sex and slavery and prostitution and violation. And what had risen from that contorted dark wreckage had been a real artist who'd been made to feel so much it had to go somewhere. That somewhere was a canvas for the consumption of the masses. And Quill was pleased. And she was barely holding on to the last slip of her identity. She hadn't known what it would cost her to create like Quill. The things it had cost him were different. It had cost his humanity and any soul which once might have existed within him. It cost her an identity and freedom and whatever dignity she might have once possessed in some distantly faded past. Everyone paid a price to speak something worth saying. Saskia struggled to stand on her own and ran clumsily for the door, not caring about her state of undress. But Marcus stopped her and held her against him. "Shhhh. Everything will be okay," he said, petting her hair. She struggled in his arms. He released her but moved to block her exit, leaving no doubt as to whose side he fell on. Women only came first on lifeboats and elevators. How can you defend him? Auntie, you at least care about me. I thou at LT. Oh God, don't say it, Saskia. Don't be even more stupid and pathetic than you already are. Have an ounce of dignity. We both care in our way, he said. Saskia dropped to her knees, the tears coming full force now. Please, sir, take me out of here. I'll be yours. Just yours. We can go anywhere you want. Why can't you just report him? Why can't you just leave him? And as she said it, she cringed at even the idea of leaving Quill. She only found the courage to say the words because she knew Marcus would never leave him either. It just felt right to say them, to make some half-hearted attempt at ending this insanity. Marcus pressed a finger to her lips. My place is with him and so is yours. You need to accept that. We can be comfortable here. Comfortable? What bullshit. Marcus could be comfortable. She would be destroyed. The echo of outer door made her jump. Moments later, Quill was in the gallery, watching her clinging to her guard. Her master's face was inscrutable. Marcus. I want to be alone with her. Yes, sir. Quill watched her for several moments after Marcus had gone. Finally, he spoke. What was that I just walked in on? An escape attempt? Was her face that emotionally transparent? Master, please just let me go. I can't, it's all. The words came out among half-strangled cries. If she didn't get them out now, she might never gain the courage again despite the ongoing foolishness of her desire to be his. It was too much. He was too intense, too frightening, too large for any world to contain. Surely he'd developed some attachment to Saskia in all this time, some echo of love. Surely he would show her mercy and release her from her debt. Hadn't she yet paid for the terrible crime of taking money he'd never needed? Quill's expression turned dark. I knew you were just like her. Just waiting to abandon me. What do you care? You keep me at arm's length. You won't let yourself get close. You're scared, aren't you? If you're too scared to really have me, why can't you just let me go? His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. I will never let you go. I won't tell anyone anything. You know that. I'll keep all your secrets. Please, I'll die like this. His face was a stone wall, his lip curled in a sneer. Don't be so dramatic, Saskia. You won't die. Please. You know how I feel about you. I love you. I respect you. I would die for you if I could do it in some faster way. But I can't do it like this. You have to release me before I'm too broken to exist outside of you. He closed the distance between them and stroked the side of her face. In spite of herself, she pressed closer against the warmth of his hand. You can relax. We passed that point a long time ago. I felt it the day you broke in my hands. He was probably right, but knowing that window had already slammed shut didn't bring her any solace. Saskia glanced around the gallery at what remained of her paintings adorning the walls. She'd created her best work with him, her only work that counted as anything more than mimicry. They were each their best when they were together, artistically at least. Outside the art, they were a tangled mess destroying each other. And it only grew more perverse the longer it went on. Couldn't he see that? Quill turned and strode out of gallery, the doors clanging behind him in a deafening finality that echoed along the walls. Saskia went after Hyrule, reaching for the handle to follow him out, but the lock tuned before she could pull it open. No. She pounded on the door. You let me out, you fucking monster. I fucking hate you. She slid to the ground, her ear pressed against the wood, listening for the outer door that would signal he'd left her. But there was no clanging 01 door, just a silence that was everything but empty. She felt pressure push back against the wood, and heard a sliding sound and a soft thump, and she realized Quill sat on the ground on the other side, wrinkling his nice suit. She pressed her cheek against the door. This locked door was always between them, even when it wasn't. He wouldn't let her in, yet he wouldn't let her go. Would she always be in the gallery, frozen in this limbo? Saskia. There was a long pause while he seemed to gather his thou at LTS. When he continued, the words were broken, filled with more emotion than she'd ever heard from him, more emotion than he ever would have let her witness without the door as a buffer between them. I know I've destroyed you. I know. I'm filled up. And I'm not going to stop. You can't rehabilitate me. Your love can't change me. I'm going to just keep pushing you until there's nothing left. I know you hate and I don't blame you. I don't hate you. You said it. You said you loved and you said you hated me. Which is it? Both. You want me to let you go. What will you do if I'll let you go? Die. Just let me in, Saskia said instead. I can't stand it out here in the gallery at night anymore. Please. If you aren't letting me go, why can't I really be with you? In the main house. In your room, please, just let me stay with you. How had she gone from wanting to escape him to just wanting to be closer to him? Like a child that announces he's run away from home because his wishes aren't being fulfilled only to return in time for dinner. Quill was so at LT she'd already broken apart. There was nothing left to run from or to. Nothing to try to save or salvage. The only thing left was the relief of surrender. There was a long silence, and she wondered if he was still out there or if he'd abandoned her yet again. You will sleep in the cage, he said, his voice back to the cold indifference she'd grown uncomfortably used to. I in your room? Yes. Okay. At least it was with him. I'd be able to stay in there with you permanently. There was a long pause, and she was afraid she'd pushed him too far, that he might take back what he'd just promised. Unless you're being punished for something, yes. See, can we go now? To your room now. She looked back at the paintings on the gallery walls, convinced she saw some sign of hostile jealousy in them. Yes, he said. The door opened abruptly, and Saskia tumbled backward. Quill towered over her in the doorway, that hard look back in his eyes. He held out a hand, and she took it and allowed him to help her up off the ground. He pulled her against him, closing his arms around her. It was a clawing, clinging vice, not an embrace, not a give and take. There was no thrust in the movement. Only fear and possession. Saskia felt his self-loathing in the way he held her. He believed he deserved to be abandoned, and the only way forward was to capture and imprison what he wanted to hold on to. Even if he'd never admit he wanted to hold on to her. But at least he would imprison her in his room with him. He might never truly let her into his heart, but for now at least, his room was enough. Quill pulled back and looked hard into her eyes. Time, as Saskia knew it, stopped. She waited for something from him, anything that would give her some hope that he could let himself care for her, that he could risk some piece of his heart for her soul's survival. Instead, he said, Miss Roth, in a just world, we'd both be in prison right now. And in a sense, we both are 19. Book 2, The Escape Artist. 43 days. That was the amount of time Claire's captor kept her imprisoned. 3 years had passed since her escape, yet every night when she closed her eyes she was back in that dank basement with her tormentor. Not so high and mighty now, are you, rich bitch P living off daddy's money? Where is he? Where is your family? Why aren't they looking for you? Why has no one come for you? She flinched as he gripped her hair and jerked her face close to his. He poked a grimy finger against her forehead, pushing her from him again. Because nobody wants you. You're just like every other spoiled brat. Disappointment. No one filed a missing persons report. You didn't even make the news. Poor little rich girl. What's it like to know even with all your money, you don't matter any more than me in this world? Claire shook his words out of her head and took a long slow breath. She had to leave the apartment today. There were things she needed, and she had to go out. She almost never went out. What if he found her? What if he took her again? She always wore sunglasses and a hoodie, at least this time of year. and she only went out in the daylight. She was very, very careful. Still, no precaution ever felt like enough. The tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. He'd planned to HLL her that night. She'd seen it in the change of his demeanor. He'd grown bored with her. He was ready for a new toy to torture. He'd elked her and pimped her out to all his gross friends, and now he needed fresh meat. She could only think the word fucked in her mind. She couldn't let herself think the real word of what he'd done. It would make it real. If it was real, then her life was over. Things would never be okay again. Who was she kidding? She knew it was real. She knew he was out there. And she was still his prisoner even now. He'd probably moved away or was wrapped up in another victim by now, because she knew she wasn't the only one. She hadn't been the first, and she knew she wasn't the last. Guilt gripped her at the thought of the others he must have hurt by now, because she didn't have the courage to go to the police. She didn't trust they could keep her safe. What if he found her before the police could find him? What if charges didn't stick? If he found her again? He was right, no one had missed her. Her parents had been abroad. They barely talked to her anyway. They only saw her on holidays. He'd taken her in July, so when she'd escaped in late August, she'd had months to pretend she was okay before Thanksgiving rolled around. And the fact that they had bought it. It was only more evidence of how distant they were from her, how little they truly knew her. They'd taken in her still gaunt form and thought she was on a fricking diet. They'd had the nerve to say, "Claire, darling, have you lost weight? You look fabulous." Fabulous. Who the A1CK went around saying fabulous? How could she look fabulous when her eyes were dead and hollow? Did they think heroin chic looked healthy? She was so alking alone. She'd been alone in that basement, but back then alone had been better than when he was there. Now she was alone in her apartment, afraid to leave most days, afraid to connect with anyone because she couldn't stand to be touched, she couldn't bear for anyone to know, and she couldn't trust ever again. But she'd never felt more alone than she had that first year at Thanksgiving and then Christmas, as her finally had been oblivious to the changes within her. How could they not see she was broken? Not only could she not go to the police, she hadn't told her family either. Her father would find the whole thing embarrassing. He'd blame her if she dared to bring the authorities into it, dragging the family name through the mud. And she hadn't realized how shallow her friendships were until she'd tried to spend time with them after everything. She was never going to connect with anyone again. But still, every day she got up, washed her face, took a shower, forced food down her throat, and existed. Because she didn't have the courage to end her own suffering. Although she hadn't been abducted from her home, her captor had taken the bag she'd carried with her. He had her driver's license. He'd known where she lived and everything about her. As soon as she'd gotten free, she'd found a new apartment and gotten a new driver's license, and she'd gotten the most top-of-the-line security system money could buy. She'd bought a gun and slept with it beside her bed, even though she now lived in an impenetrable fortress. She'd paid one of those high-priced image firms to scrub her entire existence off the internet. She'd deleted all her social media accounts. And none of it felt like enough. Even with a big trust fund and practically unlimited money at her disposal, she lived a half-life because she was too afraid for anything more. She couldn't even bring herself to leave this fucking city. Claire had used her last bit of courage to move to this apartment. In the same city. Like the dumbest little victim in the world. So alking stupid, why didn't she just go far, far away? She should have left the country, gotten as far from him as possible, somewhere he couldn't follow or find her. But she knew why. There was no running after something like that. An experience like that breaks you beyond the point of feeling safe anywhere. If she fled to another city or another country, What would stop the next monster who found her? There was always another monster. And if she moved that away, she'd be in strange surroundings. She just couldn't. She needed a routine and everything to be familiar. Everything being the same was the last bit of safety she had left. She'd long ago given up the dream of finishing her degree and going to work for a museum. It seemed silly now. It wasn't as though at all she needed the money. It would have been a self-indulgent bored rich girl job. She'd wanted to restore art, but she was the one who needed restoration. The only sound in her apartment now was the ticking of a wall clock. Claire stared at the door for a long moment. It was 10 a.m. The city was alive. It was public. It was safe. She told herself this every day that she had to go outside. Her little pep talk to keep on living. She was going to crack soon, just fucking break down. Just snap and lose her shit forever. She fought back the tears and, with a shaking hand, reached out, and opened the door. Ari slept in the guest bedroom of his own house. He couldn't be in his room right now, not with his pet gone. He couldn't look at the place she'd slept without disgust. And maybe a bit of sadness. Holly had decided this was fun and all, but she'd gotten a modeling contract in Paris, and of course she was going. So see ya. Basically. She'd been a brat, anyway. Ari hated brat subs. It wasn't that he had no sense of humor, he just hated women who topped from the bottom. How hard was it to find a girl who could be truly obedient? The phone rang, disrupting his brooding. The name Kane lit up on his cell. Kane wasn't his real name. Ari actually didn't know which of his friends' many names was his real name, but Kane was the first name Ari had known at the sex club where they'd first met and shared a girl. They'd grown close over the years to the point that Ari knew more about the guarded, secretive man than probably anyone else. What? Ari answered on the fourth ring, not bothering with politeness. Are you still in bed? Kane asked, sounding disapproving. It's almost 10 a.m. for fuck's sake. What are you, my mother now? It's been 2 weeks since she left. You don't need her. She was a brat, anyway. Ari chuckled at Kane's echo of his own thoughts. If there was one thing the two men had in common, it was a disdain for brats. And yet, he'd still let Holly into his bed and into his heart. He hadn't been satisfied by the arrangement, so he wasn't sure why he was so unhappy now that it was over. It had been Faranilaya, comforting at the same time it was disappointing. I could send Saskia over. She'd be happy to please you. Take the edge off. My slut is your slut, Kane said. It had started as a joke that first night. Kane had been playing with some girl at the club. He had her all tied up spread-eagled to a St. Andrew's cross, and that girl was the most interesting thing going on that night. Ari had been bored and asked if he could join in. Kane's response: my slut is your slut. It had become the foundational statement binding their friendship together. Ari sighed. Thanks, but I'm not in the mood. I don't want to take my shit out on her. He could practically hear Kane nod over the phone. There was a long pause. You know I have connections. I could get you someone who isn't a brat and would never differ you. We've talked about this. You know that's not my style. Kane sighed. If you change your mind, let me know. And don't hide away too long, we miss you at the club. Yeah, was all Ari said before the call disconnected. He sighed and got out of bed. The guest room was a sleek minimalist design where the most overpowering color was only light gray. He stared out the window at the vast stretch of property that rolled out from his house like a giant green wave. Trees dotted the far end near the security wall. Usually he liked the wide open space, but today it felt lonely. He shook that maudlin thought from his mind and went to the kitchen to brew a pot of strong coffee. Kane was right. He had to rm past this shit. Ari stared out the window of the quiet room, only a ticking wall clock breaking the stillness. It was so quiet without her. Inside the stillness, in between the ticks of clock, Kane's offer hung on the air. It was such a tempting offer. He wished like hell he was the ruthless kind of man who could take it without a trace of guilt or remorse. Kane knew a guy named Lindsay who was part owner in what was tactfully referred to as the Pleasure House. The women went there willingly. They all had very deeply hardwired submissive needs. But it wasn't a game. They didn't have a safe word. Once they signed on, there was no out. It was like some kind of kinky mafia. They were trained and sold to the bidder. The buyers had to pass a long string of tests and background checks. It might not be as bad as just kidnapping some random woman off the street, but it was still illegal as hell. There was no out for the buyers either. You didn't risk the house. Ever. Any buyer who risked the house by talking or letting a girl go so she was free to talk, made it onto the house enforcer's hit list. Ari knew Kane wasn't supposed to even be talking to him about it. As far as Ari knew, he hadn't been approved for that kind of security clearance. As much as the fantasy of truly owning someone appealed, he wasn't the type of man who could irrevocably slam the door shut on a woman's possibility of freedom, all to fulfill some kinky wet dream, even if she thought she was willing. If she later became unwilling, he wouldn't be able to let her go. And that thought bothered him more than all the time he'd wasted with a disobedient brat. Ari drank down a cup of coffee, showered, and dressed to go into the city. He needed to get out of the house. Claire had successfully made it through her list of errands, but it had taken longer she'd anticipated. All she could think about was getting back to the safety of her apartment. That thick reinforced door. All her security. The gun hidden beneath her bed. Then she would finally be able to breathe freely again, but God, she was hungry. She'd been out for hours, and the last thing she wanted was the same boring food that she always made at her apartment. She needed something different. Just this once. It was daylight, she told herself again. The city was bustling. She pressed a hand against her sunglasses as if to prove to herself they were still there, acting as a buffer between her and the world. The hood of her hoodie was still up. She probably looked like a terrorist and more conspicuous than she would like. She might blend in better if she dressed like everyone else around her. He probably wouldn't even remember what she looked like after all this time. And why would he even care? The police hadn't come. He'd probably forgotten her. Moved on. He probably wasn't even still living near here. Wouldn't he have run away to avoid getting caught? It's daylight. You can go buy a sandwich. Across the street from where she now stood was a new little bistro with an outside area she'd been dying to eat at. Was this her life now? So small and enclosed that she couldn't go buy a fucking sandwich. When was the last time she'd sat and eaten a meal prepared by someone else like a normal elk-wanting person? She took another deep breath and walked swiftly across the street. He wouldn't be there. He wasn't anywhere except in her nightmares. She could go inside and order a sandwich. She would take it and sit outside in the sunshine in the cool breezy day with red and gold leaves falling off the trees. She would breathe in the crisp air and eat calmly and rationally like a sane person. A gust of too cold air conditioning blasted her when she walked in the door. It wasn't hot enough out anymore for that to feel refreshing. Claire scanned her surroundings, knowing she was being irrational. There was no one waiting to jump out at her. But then her heart stopped. Sitting at a table in the back corner beside the window, reading a paper, was him. She turned around and ran out of the restaurant. She didn't stop running until she reached her car. Claire sat in the driver's side, her keys clutched in her hands, shaking, tears streaming down her face. It was him it was him. He had that long sun-streaked hair, broad shoulders, that hard warrior look. But what she felt, sitting in her car clutching her keys while her knuckles turned white from her death grip, wasn't what she expected. It wasn't the terror she'd expected if she ever saw him again. It was pure, unadulterated rage. The anger bubbled up from somewhere deep and primal inside her, and she felt something snap and twist inside her soul. And suddenly, all she wanted was revenge. 20T was mid-December and the holiday bustle had reached a fever pitch. Now that all her plans were finalized, it would be so easy to pull this off. Everyone was in that friendly helping holiday armored, swept up in the spirit of the season, and if they weren't swept up, they were too stressed and distracted to care about anything going on around them. It had been 2 months since Claire had first seen her captor again, living carefree, eating his alking sandwich in the new bistro beside the window. Not a care in the world. The next day she'd gone again at the same time, not expecting him to be there 2 days in a row, convincing herself she was just there to get the sandwich she'd missed out on the day before. But there he was in the same place as if he hadn't moved an inch from the last time she'd seen him, and again she left before he could glance up to see her. Then she went the next day and the next. Always there. Always at that back table, sitting by the window reading a paper and eating a flicking sandwich. Every day that she went and saw him, but he didn't see her, gave her a hard surge of adrenaline, as if every day she cheated death by being so near to him it was addictive. Over time, a plan began to take shape. Suddenly Claire didn't have to motivate herself to get out of bed in the morning. She lived now with a single-minded focus, making that son of a bitch pay for breaking her like this. Soon he wouldn't be casually eating that sandwich with the Morn_LNG paper, he would be her prisoner. She spent weeks figuring out how she would capture him, how she would transport him. He was big, even for a man. Tall. Broad. She'd need help, unsuspecting help. She would follow him when the time came. She would risk the night because she could hide in the dark if she knew where he was, if she was the predator instead of the prey. She would drug him, then she'd get someone to help her arrest him. He's my boyfriend. He's drunk. He's on parole and has a curfew. Please, I need help getting him home. The script already came alive in her mind. She needed to get the right drugs. How? Here. From whom? She needed to find the right location. It had to be far from her apartment. But she'd need a space where she could stay until she was finished. It would be foolish to go back and forth from her apartment to the location she kept him at. Too many ways she could get caught. She needed to set it right, cover her tracks and identity. But she had the resources to make this happen. If she could only be smart enough to pull it off, this the fucker would regret the day he took her. Ari woke, groggy and disoriented, lying on a hard surface wearing only his jeans and boots. No shirt. What the fuck? He felt weak and so thirsty. He tried to remember where he'd been, what he'd been doing. Fragments of his most recent stretch of consciousness started to reform into a he'd been at a bar drowning his sorrows over Holly. The brat. The one he didn't want. She'd been gone almost 3 months, and he'd thought he was over her, but the loneliness still cut into him in the weaker moments. He'd been so close to telling Kane to do it, get him into this pleasure house in a circle, let him buy someone who couldn't leave. But he hadn't done it. It wasn't in him, no matter how simple it seemed or how much he wanted it. Instead he'd ended up drunk off his ass in a downtown bar, drowning in his own pathetic self-pity. He hadn't gotten that drunk. But he had been drunk enough that someone could have put something in his drink. Fuck, he shook off the grogginess and took in the cell he was in. That was the only word for it. A cell. 4 concrete walls, a concrete floor, ceiling material unclear. Heavy chains were bolted into the wall behind him and on the floor next to him. There was a big round black thing in the center of the ceiling. Maybe a camera, but it looked more like a speaker. No, he thought, spotting something round, black, and shiny angled dome on him from one corner. There was the camera. And then a second to cover any blind spots from the first. There was a toilet and a drain in the corner under one of the ceiling was high, so high that his 6'5" frame couldn't reach it even if he were to stand on the toilet. Whoever had installed those cameras had used a high ladder to get up there. There was a single steel door but no doorknob on his side. There was a thumbprint keypad though and a big slot in the wall, presumably to slip food through. A steel table was bolted into the floor just underneath the slot. Holy A1CK, who had him? Who exactly had he pissed off? Clearly someone with Omni. Ari banged on the door and shouted. Hey, you cowardly motherfucker, I will fricking kill you when I get out of here. There was a crackling sound from the speaker above his head. The voice that spoke was unexpected. Soft, alluring, female, and sexy as hell. The voice spoke calmly. I'm not a motherfucker. I'm the mother that gets filked. And you are going to wish you hadn't elked me by the time we're finished here. He stared in confusion at the camera. Some woman at a kink club hadn't liked something he'd done. He hadn't exactly been himself lately, so it was possible. Or someone didn't like that he hadn't called her back. This was a level of crazy he hadn't been prepared to deal with tonight. Though it wasn't his first encounter with an unstable woman. He looked down at the long knife scar slashed diagonally across his chest, a harsh reminder of a foolish mistake. It was the one and only time he'd ignored a safe word. He'd been a regular Boy Scout since then, even with his less than sparkling personality of recent RMNTHS. Who's helping you? Ari asked the crackle again. No one is helping 11K. This is between me and you. He laughed at that. Sure, sweetheart. Nobody helped you capture me. You did it all by yourself. Go girl power. What are you, a $120 dripping wet? He hadn't seen her, but that voice, it seemed impossible to him that that intoxicating voice could belong to someone who wasn't just as alluring in person. A couple of dumbasses helped me get you near the door, and I took it from there using my own creative methods. That's all you need to know. So what did I do? Did I break your heart, cupcake? This psychoroutine is not a good look. You know what you did, she shouted, with so much menace he forgot for a moment he was dealing with someone probably less than half his size. And now it's time to pay for it. Her voice went softer, but no less menacing on that last declaration. Ari shook his head. Look, I'm sure this is all some misunderstanding. If you release me now, I'll let it go, okay? I won't hurt you or call the cops. She responded with a dark laugh. No, you won't hurt me or call anyone because you will die in that cell. As soon as I'm done playing with you. For the first time since realizing his captor was a woman, his blood ran cold, and he realized he may actually be in danger here. Let's go over the rights, she said. I will feed you 3 times a day. One of those meals will be drugged, and you won't know which one. You will eat them all. If you don't eat, you will be punished. When you're sedated, I will chain you up to play with you until I get bored. Then I'll sedate you again before unchaining you. You will be left water and a sponge to bathe. If you get any ideas about breaking apart the toilet to break the cameras, I'll just leave you to starve to death. I'm killing you anyway. Do you understand these rules? Yes, he gutted out. Good boy. 5 minutes of tense silence passed and a tray of food came in through the slot. It was beef stew. The kind that in a can. He stared at it for a long moment. The crackle. Be a good dog and eat, she said. Fuck you, I'm not letting you drug me so you can play with me, Ari said. He didn't want to know what that meant. At the same time, he was wildly curious to know who had him. Maybe if he could see her, he'd remember what this was about. Maybe he could talk her down or convince her to take her meds. If you don't eat like a good puppy, I'll have to punish you, she replied. The punishment will stop when you eat. Ari lal at led. And how exactly are you going to punish me when I'm in here and you're out there? Seems I found a loophole in your evil villain plan. In response, death metal started to pound through the speakers at an ear-splitting volume. Ari covered his ears. Fuck, this fucking bit W fine. He would eat, let her drug him so he could size her up, and figure out how to get out of this shit. It would also be good if she thought she could break him this easily. It would give him an advantage. The food was hot and not that bad. He finished it, but now he was even more thirsty than he'd started out from the salty stew. Good boy, she purred over the speaker. Ari didn't remember falling asleep, the drug had worked fast. When he woke, he was shackled to the wall. There was just enough give in the chains for him to stand, but he remained sitting on the ground, facing the one exit. Waiting soon enough the steel door slid open, and she walked in. Ari's breath hitched in his throat, as an involuntary reaction tightened his pants. She had long, wavy golden blonde hair and the most striking green eyes he'd ever seen. She wasn't wearing any makeup, but the healthy flush of color in her lips and cheeks made it hard to tell at first. She was delicate, almost breakable by the look of her willowy limbs, like a dancer. And she moved that way, too. She wore jeans and a t-shirt, not one of those scoop-neck tops that let a man have a peek at cleavage. This shirt was modest. She wore no shoes and had a light pink polish on her toes. She appeared sweet in a way that was almost painful to look at, and Ari couldn't stop the image of her on her knees from flitting through his mind. The phrase "don't stick your dick in crazy" came to him as a sharp warning. But he didn't recognize this girl. Whatever offense she may have taken at something he'd said or done, he didn't remember it. Which seemed impossible. Because if there was one thing he would remember, it was this girl. She carried in a few plastic bottles of water which she left underneath the metal table beside the food slot. She went out again and came back in with a large bucket of water that she had to drag across the room because it was too heavy for her to carry. Some of the water sloshed over the sides. Then she brought at LT a bar of soap and a sponge that she left with the bucket beside the drain in the corner. Each time she went out, she pressed her thumb to the keypad on the wall. There was no code, only biometrics. The last time she entered the cell, she carried only a beer. She took a bottle opener from her pocket, flicked the cap off, and took a long drink. He couldn't decide if she was drinking to taunt him with something he couldn't have but could definitely use right now, or to calm her own nerves for whatever she had planned next. She had to know there was no coming back from this. She had to know she was going to prison for a long time. She shoved the bottle opener and the cap back into her pocket. The water will be cold by the time you bathe, but if you don't use it, I will punish you, she said matter-of-factly as if she were speaking to a small child. More death metal? Ari asked nonchalantly. If he had to hear that music for more than a few minutes at that volume it would be a kind of torture, but he wasn't going to let her know he felt that way. If you don't like the playlist, I can change it. I have an entire 2 hours of harsh metal gears grinding. I could play that for you at the same volume if I prefer. Don't put yourself out, he replied. Her eyes narrowed as she took another long drag of the beer. Do you think this is a fucking no? I think you're ill. I think you need help. Now unchain me, and I will see to it that you get the help you need. She moved swiftly toward him and slapped him hard across the face. Of the beer escaped the bottle to hit the floor. Don't you dare. Her expression morphed into something so deadly in that moment it was hard to remember he'd found her cute and disarming only minutes before. Don't you dare pretend like I'm the crazy one. You psychopathic piece of shit. I've never seen you before in my life, Ari said. No. You will not get inside my head. You know what you did. You know. You don't get to play the innocent victim, you know why we're here. Refresh my. He jerked back when she bent and ran her fingertips over the scar that slashed across his chest. But she ignored his question. Instead she rose back to stand and paced the floor, staring at the scar like it would leap off his skin and attack her. Why did you take me?" she asked, still pacing. Her voice trembled, and he couldn't tell if it was from awe or fear. Or a deadly cocktail of both. When he finally decided what to say, he spoke slowly with a soothing tone. "I don't know what you're talking about. I flew into your core fist. I didn't take you, you took me. I'm the one in the chains, remember?" He rattled them as if to remind her. "I before," she shrieked. 3 Alkwaning years ago. What, you don't remember? How many women did you keep in that basement? How many did you kill? And you can't remember the one who got away? Bullshit. She spoke so fast he could barely keep up with her words. She raised an arm and the beer bottle against the wall, sending beer and glass flying. She advanced on him in a blazing rush, holding the jagged broken bottle under his chin. "I could slit you right now, so you better fucking start admitting to your crimes. Your amnesia act isn't amusing." And Ari's eyes widened. Things were escalating far too quickly, and he didn't know what to say to keep breathing. Anything could set her off. He sure as shit wasn't going to admit to any crimes he hadn't committed. For all he knew, she had recording devices. Such an admission could land him in prison. She backed off him and tossed the bottle on the floor. Then she went over to the door and put her thumb to the keypad and calmly walked out as if nothing had happened. 21 Claire leaned against the cell door. She couldn't make her hands stop shaking. She'd actually confronted him, actually spoken to him when she had the power. But she didn't feel like she had it. She'd had to fight past every instinct not to run out of the room the second his cold blue eyes had been on her, as if he could somehow attack her in those heavy chains. She'd tested everything she knew the chains would hold him. Still his act was so convincing. She almost believed him, but it was him, it was definitely him, that scar across his chest. What kind of an idiot did he think she was? She sank into a large leather recliner and closed her eyes, trying not to return to that basement, but knowing her mind was already halfway inside. He'd been drunk that night. He was going to kill her. Something had set him off and he was tired of her. He was antsy, ready to start the whole cycle again with someone new. Claire wasn't sure how she'd known this, but she'd known. Maybe it was the knife. He'd threatened her with the knife before, but the way he'd held it, with such purpose, his grip on it so tight. She knew. She'd spent the last 3 hours strolling in ropes he hadn't tied quite right. It was just enough so she could struggle and have stupid hope, but not enough to get free. She wondered if he'd done it on purpose to play with her, to make her fluent she had a chance against him, or to make killing her more interesting. Her wrists bled and burned from the struggle against the ropes, but she'd stretched the fibers. She was almost free. He paced back and forth in the cell, rambling again about the government and the elites. And rich bitches like her who had it too good. Too easy. In his drunken haze he waved the large chin knife around erratically. Claire continued to fight with the ropes, biting back the pain as they kept cutting into her in her struggle, feeling the blood as it dripped down her hands. Her own warm life flowing down her skin. She was nearly free. He laid the knife down on the table beside her and turned his back for just a moment. It was enough for her to slip out of the ropes and grab it. She stood and backed away. She was so hungry and weak she felt dizzy, but she knew if she gave in to it and fainted, she'd die. He tuned and advanced on her. She stabbed at him, cutting him multiple times but not able to get a good solid jab. The knife was big enough that as long as she kept wildly swinging it around, he couldn't get too close. She slashed out and felt the knife slice through his chest. She turned and ran, He was at LT behind her. She fell and the knife flew from her hand as he gripped her ankle and pulled her down. No, she shrieked, kicking at him, hitting him hard in the face with her foot. He released her and she half crawled, half ran up the stairs and out the door into the fresh open air. Claire pushed the memories away, jipping the leather armrests, willing her heartbeat and breathing to calm. That was him, she had him in a cell. That was the guy. He had a scar where she'd cut him. How could he lie to her with such a LT face when they both knew he had that scar and how he'd gotten it? Because he's a sociopath, Claire. He isn't like normal people. She couldn't let herself forget that what he was. She couldn't let herself be tricked by the Busha monster into setting him free and losing her own life. She got up and went to the kitchen, taking another bottle of beer from the fridge. This one she drank all the way down until a light pleasant buzz of calm skated across her skin. She took a long, steadying breath and grabbed the broom and dustbin. When she returned to the cell, at least the arrogance had left his face. Maybe he was starting to understand his situation, that the tables had turned and he was now at her mercy. Let him lie about things, as long as she could wipe the smug smile off his face. She silently swept up the shards of the beer bottle. The last thing she needed was for him to have a weapon. That had been his mistake with her. After all, you can still let me go, he said. His voice was so gentle and soothing. Calm and reasonable. He'd never spoken to her like that in the basement. Of course not, he'd had the power then. He has to placate you now. Claire just led. Right. I'm going to let you go so you can hurt me again. Am I supposed to believe you're reformed? After me, you stopped torturing and killing women. You realized the error of your ways. What's your, he asked, changing tactics. My Nank shut LTP. If you speak your name I'll kill you. I swear to fuck I will. I never want to hear your alking name. Ever. Until you try to humanize yourself. You're a fucking monster, and you know it. I'm sorry, he said quickly, holding his hands up in surrender. No, he wasn't, he was placating her. What's your name, then, he said, trying again. You know my fucking Nank. You used to hiss it in my ear while you were. She trailed off, unable to say the words. She turned away from him and took a deep breath, quickly wiping the tears that threatened to spill over. She was not going to cry in front of him anymore. She'd cried all the tears for him she would cry. She had the power now. Not him, but she was shaking. She could feel the light tremors in her arms. He must be able to see them. He was the one chained up, and he was going to break her again. Never. It's okay if I don't have it in you to hurt me. I don't think you're that kind of person, he said gently. Just shut the filthy up, she screamed. I should starve you, just like you starved me for the tiniest act of defiance. She tuned back to finish sweeping the stray shards into the dustpan. Look at me, he said. It was a alking command. He thought he could order her around when he was the prisoner. But she tuned and looked at him. I would never starve you. Ever, he said, holding her gaze in his. He'd already starved her, and they both knew it. These head games, she had to regroup her strategy or he was going to get inside her head and with it. If she lost her nerve, if he got free again, he'd kill her this time. She was already in too deep. She had to get her shit together and finish this. It was the only choice. She didn't reply. She just took the dustpan and broom and left the cell. Ari watched the door. She'd been gone a while. His first assessment of her was quickly fading, and now he realized how foolish it had been. This girl was not crazy. She wasn't some psycho out for vengeance or attention for some petty drama. This girl had been broken. By someone who no doubt looked a lot like him. He'd seen the haunted expression in her eyes more than once already. She'd revealed precious few details, but the very little she'd given up told him it was bad. Starvation. Probably beatings. Probably rape. How long had her captor had her? Ari wondered if she'd been planning revenge the whole time she'd been free. Finally the door slid open. When she came in this time she held a whip. "Don't get too excited, we aren't acting out your kinky fantasies today," she said. Ari bit back the urge to say his kinky fantasies involved him holding the whip. It would end badly. "I can take whatever you have to give," he said. It was true. He had a high pain tolerance, and he doubted this girl had enough upper body strength to really make it hurt. If she got this out of her sister knew she'd break down, and then he could convince her he wasn't the guy who'd done this to her. He just needed to be patient and wait for her to break. "Stand up," she said. Her voice was surprisingly hard. Impressive even. Or what? The retort slipped out involuntarily. What was this tiny slip of a girl going to do to make him comply with her demands? The whip came down hard across his cheek. "0 filking bitch." Ari kept forgetting they weren't playing by kink rules. This girl was serious, and she didn't care about the normal safe places to strike someone with a whip. She'd take any exposed skin he offered her. "I can go for the face. Or your back. Your call." Her resolve had hardened while she'd been outside the cell. He wasn't about to sit here and let her slice his face to ribbons if he could stop it. Ari pressed his palms flat against the wall and inched his way up to a standing position. "Good, now turn around." He shifted, so that he faced the wall. Ari had been on the receiving end of chains and whips and canes and clamps and all manner of fun toys because he'd wanted to know what everything felt like before doing it to someone else. He'd wanted to know the limits and boundaries and how hard he could go before he did damage or how much pain was too much for most people's tolerance. But he hadn't exactly been in this position. He still somehow saw himself as the one in control, still thought he could dominate her and get her to comply with his will. Even though he was locked in a cell and chained at her, he couldn't let go of the idea that he somehow had the power here. Old habits died hard. He couldn't let himself admit that a girl so small and fragile looking had the power to break him, given enough time. "Do your worst," he said, unable to stop himself. His mouth was going to get him killed. He knew it. He was so used to being the one with the power. Sure, everybody said subs had all the power, but that was only if they weren't with an abuser. The reality was if someone half your size was tied up and you had a whip in your hand, you had the power, and they just had to hope you were a decent enough human not to abuse their trust. The person chained up never had the power. But it was a nice idea to put on a t-shirt. The whip struck him with more force than he remembered from the times he'd submitted to it in the past. It was hard to believe this slight girl could put so much power into her strikes. But she was allowed entirely on rage and fear and adrenaline. And a need for payback. He winced when the whip came down a second time and then a flood and a fourth. She wasn't talking now or screaming at him or making threats. She seemed to have found a rhythm and had fallen into a zone. Ari didn't cry out or beg her to stop, even though after a while the sting of whip was a real and present thing, lighting up all the nerve endings along his back, and not in a good way. He just stood and took it. He told himself it was because he wanted to save her. And a part of him did. It was another habit that was hard to break, but none of that mattered. She would do this no matter what he said or did, or no matter how much he wanted to get his hands on the man who had turned her into this. Her pain was a raw living thing, and it was impossible to be exposed to it for any amount of time and not wish an agum death on the person who had created it. He listened to the crack echoing against the cell walls until he felt his skin break and the blood dripping down. Was she waiting for him to scream, beg, cry? She'd be waiting a long damn time for that. He gritted his teeth against the blows that continued to fall until finally the whip clattered to the hard floor. And then she was sobbing. He turned back around to see her crumpled on the concrete, her head in her hands, rocking and sobbing. "How long did he keep you?" She looked up, and their gazes locked together for a long moment. "You," she screamed at him through her tears. "You. Stop pretending. I know it was you. I can see the alking scar." Ari looked down at his chest. He didn't ask about the scar and what she thought it meant. It was obviously such an upsetting issue for her, she'd no doubt just start shrieking at him and threatening to kill him. He needed her calm, so he sidestepped that issue for now. "How long?" he repeated quietly. 43 days. "Is that how long you're going to keep?" She didn't answer. Instead she struggled to her feet and wiped the tears off her face. She withdrew a set of keys from her pocket and put them on the metal table at the end of cell, far out of his reach, the keys to the chains. Then she took out a Simj. "We both know I can take that from you," he said. "And we both know you can't get out of the chains without I've got a tranquilizer gun if you're going to make this difficult. Are you going to fight?" Ari thought at LT about it for a moment. The chains might have enough give that if she got close enough he could overpower her, but he couldn't reach the key. He needed her for that. Finally he sighed. "No, I'm not going to fight you." She inched warily closer to him like she didn't believe he wouldn't just kill her out of spite and let them both die. "Did you get the air out?" he asked. The last thing he needed was someone who didn't know how to operate a syringe. "I do it when I first prepare them so I won't forget." He couldn't stop himself from inhaling her fresh clean scent as she moved closer. Ari winced. Ash plunged the syringe into the muscle in his arm. The drugs burned in his veins. The scent of her shampoo hit him then, and it was all he could focus on. "Raspberries," was his last thought before the room went dark. Claire sat behind the monitor, watching him. The drug in the syringe had taken a few hours to wear off, though she wondered if he might be pretending to sleep for longer than was necessary. He was a fool if he thought she'd ever go near him unchained any time, but right after the drugs first kicked she knew if he woke unchained and she was in the cell with him, her life was over. The stakes were far too high to break the pattern she'd planned. She'd laid it all out so meticulously, and there could be no deviation from even the slightest detail. She would get her revenge, and then he would die. She tried not to think about the logistics of body disposal except for the microphones in the camera that allowed her to hear him from the surveillance panel. The cell was soundproof. No one would hear the chainsaw. She didn't want to think about that right now. It was too grotesque. But if she didn't want to go to prison for the rest of her life, she had to get rid of the body when she was done. She'd known when she'd taken him that there was no backing out of this once she started, because even if he'd arrogantly forgotten about her and moved on, after this, it was kill or be killed. He winced and stood, stretched, and began to pace like the caged animal he was. Blood from the whiplashes had dried on his back while he was unconscious. He stared at the bucket of water at the end of cell and then up at the Claire flipped a switch on the control panel and spoke into the microphone. "Leave your clothes beside the door." He flipped off the camera with both hands, but started to take off his jeans, not particularly concerned with the prospect of nudity. She took a deep breath and switched off the microphone. It was an offensive control panel. The microphone wasn't the kind where you had to be constantly pressing a button to talk. You just flipped the switch and could talk hands-free. He put his shoes and socks and jeans and boxers in a pile next to the door. "Will I be getting laundry service?" he asked. Claire flipped the switch again and said, "You won't be needing clothes. You'll spend the rest of your life a naked animal, and then you'll die a naked animal in that cell." Her hands shook as she leaned back in her chair. She'd questioned this choice 1,000 times. Even chained, him being naked felt like a reality cheat to her safety. But she wasn't going to wash his clothes. The thought made bile rise in her throat. She'd burn them when this was over. And even that short period of handling them would be difficult to stomach. The simplest solution was no clothes and a daily bath. But it was still hard to justify that choice given how much violence she knew his body was capable of. This was the clearest look she'd ever gotten of him. When he'd kept her in the basement, he'd always blindfolded her when he'd done things. He'd blindfolded her when he'd passed her around, too. She closed her eyes against the memory of all the men who had paid to take a ride on her. She watched as he stood over the drain, sponging some off water over himself, gritting his teeth and wincing again as the now cold water slid down his back. Good. She hoped his skin burned like the hell he was going to when she killed him. Then she watched as he took the soap and lathered up. A sudden throbbing ache started between her legs at the sight of the sudsy water running over the muscles of his chest and abs. She immediately looked away from the screen. What was wrong with her? She was sick. Objectively, he was far better looking unclothed than she ever could have imagined. A truly beautiful monster. But she should react with revulsion at the sight of Hyrule, not freaking desire. When he'd had her in the basement, he'd never been able to turn her body against her. Not once. Neither he, nor any of the men he'd pimped her to had the finesse to make her body want anything they did to her or to feel even the slightest pleasure from their touch. Part of it was because he'd kept her so drugged and starved and terrorized. But if she'd seen him like this, he might have made her body want him. And in many ways, that would have been worse. He was succeeding now, not even trying. He made no lewd gestures or obscene statements now. He just bathed. And he was winning. He was still winning, still breaking her down in new and different ways just by his presence filling up the cell. It enraged her that seeing him naked created a visceral physical reaction. Did her body not know what this man had done to her? She wished like hell she could keep him dressed, but clothes got too dirty. The idea of doing his laundry was too fucking repulsive to her. And she couldn't handle the stench if she let him wear the same clothes day after day. It would remind her too much of the basement. She had to keep him clean. And the only way was this way.